Not contaminating them.
We were muted, sorry.
Oh. Right?
We
All right, so it is 10 a.m. Today we call to order the council special session. Today is Friday, January 34th, and or excuse me, 31st, and I just said that it was 10 a.m. So we'll open this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Massey. My name is Rachel Barry. I am here to facilitate our sessions today. Really happy to be here with the group. We're still laughing over there. But, we do have a very full agenda, and I will try my best to keep us on time and on task. So do be aware that we will use a parking lot. I know in discussion, a lot of things that are important and need further conversation will come up. So we will just have a running list of things that need additional attention. But would like to spend some time this morning just working with you all as a council, and hello, Councilor Sundin. Hope you feel better soon.
Everybody. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. We're gonna start with just a little bit of icebreaker, and then we will go into disc assessment, the personality and style assessment that you all did. Thank you for completing that, and thank you for the suggestion, Ms. Mayor. So I don't know, John, if you've got any opening comments, or we can just get underway.
I didn't have anything prepared, but I'm glad we're doing this. This is timely right before setting goals, new mayor, potentially a new council working together. And, strategic plans, goals are very important for myself. It's important for the staff. They need to have targets to chase. Some of those things are tangible. Some of them are the more intangibles as far as workplace culture and things of that nature that are, somewhat more elusive, but vitally important. And everybody working together can kind of get closer to aspects.
All right, well, fantastic. And as promised, counselors, we're gonna do a little bit of work about you and about the team and how you come together. For an icebreaker, I'd really like to start with the question, what's your why? Why public service? It's challenging and requires a lot of commitment and a lot of research and a lot of really personal strength. So if we could just go around, just share a tiny bit about why public service, why this public service?
You looking at me?
I was just thinking about what you're gonna say.
You're a friend. You're like my wife now. You be nice.
And for all that, we're gonna start with John.
Love it. I like you already.
So I was a little bit late to public service. Not really. I've always volunteered and done things most of my life, but out of school, out of college, I thought I wanted to go into, I love building things. I've always, ever since I was a teenager, I've just built things, torn them apart, and went into a degree in planning and geography and planning. And when I got out of school and just development was just calling me, there's all these jobs and work to do. So I was as a general contractor at age 23, had really good business for like 10 years. And it just wasn't enough. I was making plenty of money, and I just liked the public service. I went to our local county, asked if I'll work for free. Just put me in doing something. The county said, no, you need to go get some certifications for this and that. So I did that, and I went back, and then actually the state of Centralia picked me up here and had me working several days a week. And then they said, we can't have you here for free. It's on my public journey right there. And that's been really rewarding. I've worked for 4 cities. I've had really good, everywhere I've went, we've left it better than I found it. The reward's different. It's monetary, it's a job, but it's also a lasting legacy and impact.
I didn't know that. I didn't know any of that. Thanks, John.
Vulnerable side.
And Counselor Gunderson, what's your why?
Oh, I just like to be involved. Always like being involved, like coaching the kids with schools and stuff like that. I just like to give back, as corny as that sounds.
Mayor Massey?
I would say, I think most of it is I consider myself a workhorse and an overachiever, and I like projects, I like strategizing, and I like complicated things and trying to be part of a solution. So, this seems like where we are currently today, or where I recognize that I might be an asset and add some value. I like to do that. So that's why I'm here.
Fantastic. Counselor Hubbard?
Oh. I moved to this town about 15 years ago. Really liked the town. One reason moving out here is my son lives out here for 25 years, so that was sort of a natural thing to come out. Being in business in Portland, is getting, and happened to be very difficult to do things. I did developments in Portland. Rewards from the city of Portland for my projects there. But it got too much and too many regulations, permit fees, everything. And so I found it just, although property's still important, but not developing at all there. So I really like St. Helens. We found a great house, remodeled that, did a couple other house remodels on some other projects. Just recently, did almost a $2 million project here in town. And so my heart and my pocketbook is in this town. And I see it needed some changes, it still does. And I think I can be beneficial to lend a hand on making that. I want to see results. That's how I orient my life, is results, because nothing happens without those.
Great. Well, then hold up, we'll go to Counselor Sundin if we can.
All right, so thinking back 2 years ago, I realized I was kind of critical of a lot of things that were going on and would sit and kind of mutter under my breath and complain about the way things were being done. And I thought, well, you can keep doing that, or you can actually try to do something about it and get involved and try to make a positive impact. I've always tried to volunteer and be helpful and be active in the community. So figured this was a different way, new way to do that, and didn't quite know what I was getting into, but I'm glad that I did. And realize now I'm not going to solve all of the problems, but hopefully be able to leave things a little better than I found it. And I care about St. Helens. This is my home. This is where I grew up. This is where my kids are growing up. So it's important.
That's for last, right? No, I'm just kidding.
That's all right.
So I think I'm just a natural helper. I've been a helper my whole life. I'm just a people person and a helper. My parents moved me out here from Portland because they wanted to get away from the Portland, just the way the whole city was changing, and try to keep some small town ethics about me. And I feel like I still have that, but I went to school, I studied psychology, I started working in mental health, did that for 7 years, did everything you can think of under mental health, care coordinator, drug and alcohol counselor, drug court program, youth addictions, did a lot of different things. And then I decided I wanted to help seniors, and now I'm helping seniors in the community. And that's just who I am. I'm just a helper.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's no spirit animal.
A little disappointed on that one, I'll be honest. I was waiting to hear what some of the spirit animals were.
Next time, or at a break, we might want to conjure up some spirit animals. Well, great. We're going to go into the disc profile. Thank you all for taking your discs. It's a very helpful tool. And if you want to chime in at all on it throughout kind of, and just talk about how you found this tool helpful, that would be great. Yeah. And we can.
I can just a little bit. So, there is a lot of personality tests out there, the Myers-Briggs, a lot of different ones. FMI does a ton of them, a myriad of them. This one was a pretty simple one, but it gives you a really good snapshot of somebody, how they communicate, how they receive information. So when I'm generally dealing with a new team, this is something that we do that's quick and easy because then we can have an indication of how, when somebody's communicating with you, their personality type, so maybe you take it a little differently, and also you're cognizant of other personality types, and you may change the way and methods you communicate with that person based on what you've learned here. So that's why.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have a couple of kind of cheat sheet profile. We are gonna talk through just a little bit of each style, what they mean, how they excel. Couple main points. I mean, this assessment's been around for over 100 years. And it is helpful through the lens of communication and working together. Right? If we're gonna go to the next slide, people approach tasks differently. Right? Or I think we've all had that time where you're like, why can't I understand this person? Or why am I having so much trouble, like just either communicating with someone or approaching tasks in the same way? And there are a lot of factors, right? And that's why this is such a great tool, is that it's really simple. It really highlights the strengths and also the challenges of different types. Your D is this drive and dominance. These are the folks who like winning, who will get there, will get it done, will make decisions really quickly. Oh, there's also, so your cheat sheet is two-sided, for what it's worth. Your I style, right? These are the people. These are the people who want it to be fun, who want there to be action, but also enthusiasm. There's quite a bit of like activity in this style, optimism, and also limitations, right? Excuse me. Your S style, right? These are your steady folks. These are the people who want that stable environment, who want appreciation, who really thrive on supporting others and the team. And then your C, your clarity and conscientiousness types, where they want to be right. It's about accuracy. It's really about providing good information. And I find that they appreciate a long lead time to gather information and really want to use their knowledge and expertise to move a team forward. These styles they grow with us as we grow. The staff pointed out, that over the course of your career, you can learn to leverage different areas, right? Your natural style may be, a high D, but then as you work with people and over the course of your career, you can definitely incorporate other traits. The tool is really useful and important because it gives you an eye to your blind spots. And I feel like everyone needs more of that, right? Just having an awareness of where you do really well, but also those awarenesses of how to communicate with other people, how to kind of step out of your style and use other attributes to help you succeed. Because any strength, when you overuse it, it's going to become a weakness eventually. So it's really about rounding out. Would you all please share your dominant trait?
Gosh, I think we should guess, but.
I was gonna say, yes.
But I was gonna say one last thing too, is that working on collaboratively on a team, the other thing I think the element that is important is because if you had all of the same personality types, it doesn't even out the team, right? To make it as efficient as possible. So having a mixture of the different personalities and recognize it, people can pick up those assignments or actionable items based on the personality types. Because working with a team, if you're, let's say, action oriented and you like things done fast, that's not way somebody else is. You think they're slacking, but that's really their personality type and their method. So recognize that as efficient.
Right. And call them out, if you've got a really like that clarity type is one that I tend to call out. Like, I need more information, I need more background, and it really helps to balance. Oh, Kathy, I think we can progress a couple a slide or two. Why use disc? Oh, here we go. We can hang out there. So just a little bit about the styles and yes, if you would all want to share what you learned, what your style is. And then talk about kind of, you know, a strength that that style brings.
John, you want to go first? Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'd be happy to go.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
I like
we
that.
did- You know, we did this as a group with department heads, division heads and some other key staff. And it was split almost evenly. I mean, like divided by 4, it was like the groups, when we split up into groups and talked to us. So that was really felt good and validating that and then we met individually and talked about it. And interviewed each other. That was great, but mine was an S. And
Thought you were gonna be a C.
if it was a C, I would have been an accountant.
Job has accounting.
So that's the most maddening part about it. Is he wanted me to take it over his firm someday and I don't want to do stuffy accounting. So I'll do it for at least.
Who else wants to share? What styles did you find?
What are you?
That's what I don't remember. I was reading it and I was like, this doesn't sound like me.
Well, I'm an I. Kind of figured that. And I was like reading it. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. I with the D behind it. Well, it's pretty spot on.
Do you
Yeah,
remember?
not knowing them all, but I think we have that same sort of mix. Interesting enough, going through this process, but yeah, I came up as a hard D, obviously.
I was thinking. you
But
might-
I think I've got, it didn't read me in some things. I think I'm into Cs quite a bit too, so. But anyway, you just answer the questions with attitude and you get a D, I guess.
Right, and it is like, it's a really short assessment and I went in really skeptical too, like this can't, you know, like these choices don't make sense to me or whatever. And then the report that came back, I was like, oh yeah, okay. You know, like that really tells me a lot. That's very
So
messy.
I think it's probably not a surprise. I pegged on the D scale,
Mhm.
like Counselor Hubbard. But I also, like, there's a lot of the C stuff that I really feel like I tap into. And I think that that's what you were going back to, like, just in general, accuracy is super important to me. So I like to move things through, but I also like the accuracy piece. So that's why I like collaboration and peer, peer-to-peer reviews and things like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's definitely a hard D, but I also have a lot of the C traits, but I think I've developed that also throughout my life as I grown to a professional role.
There's a lot of room for growth in all of the areas.
Every single one of those questions, I was like, well, it depends on the situation, you know?
Yes, yeah,
I don't know.
absolutely.
I bet as Brandon, are you there? Were you an S?
I bet he
I'm
is.
an S, yep,
It works.
surprise.
Now we know it's true. Did you figure yours?
Yeah, and I just want to know what everybody else thinks, because I think it's pretty accurate.
I think maybe a C and S.
I was thinking an I.
CNS. Well, when I was taking it though, I was pretty reserved, like, because I think I was right, kind of down the middle on most of them.
Yeah.
And I guess that says steadiness.
That says something too, right?
You're an
Yeah,
I.
I was like,
I.
not that much that.
Because
that
the
much.
optimism. He's like optimistic.
I don't know, if he feels passionately about something, he'll tell you though.
It's true, but I mean, for the most part, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Well, and I appreciate that you're all very like strength focused. But what are some of the challenges? Like, what are some of the challenges? I'm also an I heavy, no surprise, but what are some of the challenges you think?
Mine is patience for sure. Like if we have a problem, let's address it. Whatever it is, good, bad, or indifferent, and let's figure out a solution to move forward. I have struggles with the lack of patience. Like, why is this being drawn out? We got a problem. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So that's the part I struggle the most with. And I think that is the precise reason that I'm sitting here today. Is
Okay.
that right there.
Yeah, and welcome to public process. This will be tested.
So is your question asking what we struggle with in the other dimensions, like outside of our,
Or within our dimension.
Yeah, kind of within your within your dimension, within your style, kind of what are some of the struggles?
There's some of the,
I think I could be too accommodating,
Okay,
sure.
sure.
Which, because I think I need to work on, and I don't like the words dominance and influence.
Yeah.
but I certainly could use some push in that direction.
I think
Drive.
I echo those same thoughts. Probably tend to be a little too accommodating, and especially in group settings when everybody's talking, I tend to let everybody else talk and kind of wait to see what everybody else is saying. I don't want to butt in, and just let everybody else do their thing and listen.
Drive challenge. You mentioned the patience, you know, anything else comes to mind?
Direct. I like to speak directly and hear back direct answers to the question rather than fog it up with a whole bunch of issues and that sort of thing. So, and I guess that goes into results.
Yeah. Yep. We don't have a strong C, but to think about some of our Cs, you've also got a little bit of your C. Issues there, kind of struggles for your C teammates.
I don't think I understand your question.
What are some of the kind of blind spots or challenges for that type? Or conscientiousness, like what are those folks gonna just not enjoy?
maybe not speaking up when they need to or when they should, because it's challenging.
Right, right, or I notice like as when I'm in conversation with the C, sometimes I'm not providing enough information or I don't give them enough lead time. Or I give like a partial question where those folks want to get the whole picture and they want to really generate an accurate response to you. So for me, when I approach a C, I need to just remember that the more kind of thorough and clear I can be, they're gonna do better and they're gonna really like appreciate that in terms of style.
My experience has been like working with a lot of Ds is that the Cs become very anxious and
Mm.
very frustrated because at the rate and speed, right? And they want more of a comprehensive and that becomes frustrating. And then they generally like, will fall out of the group necessarily for collaborating because their voices don't matter, right? And they become very frustrated. So that's one thing that learn to be cognizant of is to make sure that they have all that information and not just think because you have it, that they're satisfied with that answer.
Absolutely.
I found this, this line in my summary that I thought was really good. It says, you won't mind a drive style taking charge of the project as long as it's friendly environment where your enthusiasm for working with people can shine.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like the respect, having respect for people's different styles and, and how they want to tackle a project.
I wouldn't say that I was always an S.
Yeah.
Like early career, I was just project, goals. But as I start working more with people and groups and relationships, and there's more voices at the table. You don't have as much influence. You're just being this connector and convener. It's changed me in a way. Yeah. Voices.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this part's gonna be tricky. I would like you to pair up with someone of the opposite style.
I think we're all opposites, right?
Not Russ and I, we're like this pretty
So
quick.
we split up, take each one on now.
Yeah, I mean, divide and conquer.
Yeah, I know. And then, so
Brandon.
we're gonna do this in the room, Counselor Sundin, and then we'll come back early and we'll kind of do it together to get you paired up.
Yep, whatever you need to do.
Okay.
We have odds though.
I knew that would be kind of a tricky, well, let's have counselors. And just, oh, Kathy, could we advance a slide? I think one more. Yeah, here's find someone of a different style. How do you complement each other? And how do you adapt to communicate and collaborate? So we've got team D and team not D.
Come sit by, I'll come sit by more.
Yeah, and just take a couple of minutes and try and talk these through, right? How do you complement each other? So.
Background music.
You- you're not- Steady.
We call Sunday, like, but you can't call him.
Well, I was actually gonna say, I think this council is pretty good.
There you go.
Thoughts?
So
People like you and Russ are more.
amazing how this thing is like, whoo, she.
And it was so quick, right?
Brandon and I, you do tell Brandon. I say, I'm surprised we came out that way, but
I think.
we're willing to work, right? We just want progress.
See.
So you guys are working. Go getters.
Drivers.
Yeah.
The drivers of the
Very
action.
different style.
Self-confidence, I think with that we both probably.
I'm okay with that, as long as there's support.
Because our styles are pretty confident.
I actually agree with that, because I think that, so my experience. is that-
And then I noticed that we both would like to work at a fast pace, so that would obviously complement each other, because we both be like, yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep, keep going.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a balance. Very balance, but you can see already when. Start looking at this.
Okay, well, how do we adapt to communicate and collaborate more effectively?
I'm looking down here and I'm trying to go back to council meetings and sort of thinking like,
Yeah,
Sure.
So I think that.
in your ears, I don't can't really communicate social protection. Disapproval.
I think the biggest thing is not being heard. That's, I think, why I speak a lot and very.
You go
Yeah.
get more involved than I do. I learned to.
That goes with like,
You take it.
as far as it can be, you know what I mean, across the board.
Yeah.
So that not one
That's why
person's
I
just,
think- Good at that part, because I'm such a
Keeping it.
people person, that even if I have an opinion, I wanna hear yours and I wanna hear yours and I wanna hear
Sure.
hers, and then,
Sure.
you know, form a group opinion.
I'm just so used to taking those issues and then going around.
Fast.
Right.
So that's,
Maybe we
yeah.
have overlooked something that it.
or on the other side, but maybe
So that's
we
what I
haven't
need.
looked something that, you know, that we should be looking at. We're just trying to keep it going, right? We know that.
Nailed it.
Good, yes. See,
We miss you, Brandon.
you're very active, fast, there's your fast pace right there, you're like, handled, all right.
Check that box.
Limitations, process.
Disorganization is not my problem. I'm very analytical when it comes to organizations, so that's, that part is probably not right.
I like the,
But thank you for
Oh,
that
yeah.
already.
I wouldn't say you're impatient either.
Impatient from the standpoint of. No, I mean, I'll see it through to the end.
I just don't feel like I feel like a lot of pressure from you know, rushing. I think you wanna get things done.
No, I usually see the avenue where the way it has to go and then. So. I don't think being impatient gets anything done because you're usually making wrong decisions. Unless it's a. Depending on the situation, if it's a crisis or something very important, a decision has to be made now. And just with experience, I do what I know needs to be done in my mind. And for the citizens, so that's,
That's another thing. It says the limitation of yours might be lack of concern for others, which I also don't think you have. I think you're.
I'm here just for the citizens, truly. It's, I want to see, they're the taxpayers, and you see me up there when you're talking about, you know, spending a bunch of money for some more investigation on some stuff, different things, or it just drives me nuts, because, you know, oh, it's only $150,000. No. And not enough has gone into saying, well, let's do it, like. You know, we're gonna do this now because we need more studies or something. It's like studies. All the citizens know what they want. It's pretty simple. Life, fire and safety in a nice city to live in. You know how much more from us? I don't think so.
Well, in that same aspect, though, I've heard you advocate for the library and the makerspace, you know, I was like, I don't know if I'm convinced about, you know, expanding the makerspace, and you were all about it and talked about it a lot, so I think you do advocate for things, programs and.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes back to the citizens, and the library is such a unique spot that, you know, I'm a contractor, I'm in libraries. Don't read books, read plans. But the idea of getting into the library as a liaison and knowing how much it's used, because I always thought, a little library, everybody, you know, go to the library once in a while. They got so many people going through those doors. It's like, yeah, you got to champion every aspect they're gonna do, and bring in the kids for makerspace. That's one of the, you know, in life, fire and safety, that's the other one that needs to be upheld. So, and there's my.
Well, and here, let's try and bring in Counselor Sundin. Right, our very steady counselor. over there. You want to talk a little bit about communication? What do you like to see? How do you like to be communicated with? And, you know, kind of struggles in working with other styles. And this can be for anyone to chime in too, but let's hear from your perspective, Counselor Sundin.
Yeah, could you narrow that down a little more? So one thing- Yeah. One thing that came to mind specifically is, like I said, just thinking as we're all sitting up there and debating or talking about something, for me, it's very helpful for somebody to look at me and say, what do you think? If I'm just left there on my own to just chime in, sometimes it doesn't happen, but usually I do have a thought going around in my head or something that I'm thinking of, but to me, it's helpful for somebody to just say, hey, what do you think? Because sometimes I won't say it on my own as much as I'd like to.
Definitely picked up on that about you right away. And actually, Mark and Russ too, kind of tag them in and get their opinions as well, because I don't feel like you guys always jump in, but you probably have a thought.
Well,
True.
a lot of, you know, I'm so full of no's that I sometimes hold back. But, you know.
But sometimes no's need to be heard.
Well, I know, I just didn't want to be the total negative guy all the time, because I look at things so differently than a lot of people, but, you know, right out of the gate, our first new mayor, you know, she turned to me and, what do you think? I'm like, well, Jesus, I am supposed to be on point here. My mind was off on something else, and you wanted me to go back, and I thought, oh man, I can't answer this right now, and so, brings our game up.
Mhm. Yeah, well, and let's talk about our S's here, John and Counselor Sundin. How do we best leverage your steadiness? How do we best leverage your style for the team, for the good of the order?
Yeah, I feel like I'm here to support you and give you the resources you need to be successful and the information you need to make good decisions. My opinion is sometimes it doesn't really matter, actually. It's just the information, putting it out there. I'll have opinions for sure, but you're the ones making the decisions, and I respect that role. I'm not the sixth counselor, so.
But you have educated thoughts, because this is your field.
Yeah,
This is what you do for a living, and you're really good at it. So that another thing I've learned about John is that you have to really go to him and be direct and be like, hey, I want to know about this. And then he's like, okay, here you go, you know, here's all the information, but he won't always, you know, call me to tell me about it. But maybe he feels like it's an opinion, but really we're counting on your education and your expertise in this field. You know what I mean? At least for me, that's, you know.
I count on it. I want to know what you think. I may disagree, but I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, there's short-term consequences, long-term consequences. Just a lot of variables in the soup sometimes in an opinion. Especially when it's just like,
Well, you've been here long enough, you've got all the history.
we have a lot of history. Yes, that's for sure.
And I've watched you interact with other city managers around the state, and you are one of the best ones. that I've seen. So I know that you know things. It's just about getting it out of you and, and having you feeling comfortable enough to talk about what your opinion is, or maybe some of the outcomes that we haven't foreseen.
And our S's kind of live in our own head, I think, a
Yeah.
lot, and we're asked to talk, we put it all together.
Right, Counselor Sundin, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, John mentioned supporting the council. Something that I felt really important about is supporting staff and just making the staff feel recognized and valued. And so it's been very important for me to try to get to know the members of the staff and get to know what they do, and just being out and spending time with them. And that's something I want to do more of. But that's been really important to me, is just to get to know them, because we have so many great people working for the city, and it wouldn't run without each and every one of them. And I don't think you can say that any one job is more important than another, because you look at all the little intricacies and all the little things that go into what each one of them and their departments do. And to me, it's been really important to get to know more about that and how the city functions. And so that's been important to me.
I'm gonna chime in on something too. I think that it's important, like when John and I had like our first sit down conversation, and where I felt like there was the most value is that like the two-way, expectations, like, what do you need from me? And this is what I need from you. Like, I think that that's important on different personality types and communication, because then it really reduces the frustration. And it makes sense now. I mean, I think I probably could have picked out the S or the C, but I think that's important too. So like, I know, knowing that, even though I might have a thought in my own head, there's still wisdom, subject matter experts, knowledge, all of those things. So always asking, what is your opinion on this? And having that two-way conversation. So for me, I feel like that's also in from me. Like, how do you need me to communicate? And this is what I need in a direct stand from you. I need you to do this to help me better communicate with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and knowing how to ask for that support too, right? Like, I need to know your enthusiasm. I need to be able to generate buy-in. I need to know that you're in it with me, you know what I mean? And just realizing that about ourselves, like what do we need? How is this gonna go best? Right? That's what we're all going for.
Did you have the same opinion, like on that?
That was great, yeah.
Conversation.
Communicating well.
Nice. I do want to, as you know, 20 of your staff came together and did these exercises. Kathy, I think it might be the next slide.
Just as.
City team map. Yes, this is gonna be the next slide. We're gonna think about where are there clusters, gaps, and how this might affect decision making or teamwork. So if you want to go to the next slide, you will see these little dots representing your staff team. Right? And some of these are a management team. There, as I said, there were 20 staff members that come together, and you will see the distribution. It is quite an interesting distribution, right? And think about yourselves and where you fit in there. But where are you seeing clusters?
Did the position of those dots mean they're closer to an I than an S?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
The ones in the center are straight S's or whatever, or whatever.
Yeah. So here's gonna be like your super S support dominant, and then you're gonna have folks.
I feel like this makes perfect sense, quite honestly. It just makes perfect
Yeah.
sense.
See Mohammed up there, I'm like, yep, there he is. Yeah, right where I thought he would be.
It all makes sense
Decision.
to me.
Yeah.
Although he's close to the influence line.
That close.
Yeah.
That makes
I
sense
think if
though.
my dot was up there, I would be close to the D line, like in the I, but close to the D.
Yep. Yeah. And I tried to just go through the profiles and do my best approximation as to where folks are at. But what do you see for clusters that might be interesting?
I think influence, obviously, and clarity. But I also look at the Ds, because the Ds are the drivers in a lot of things, right? And so.
Yeah.
I see a lot of clarity in there, a lot of analytical, but I mean, when you're doing numbers and you're running a city, you have to really have a lot of big brains.
Right, right, and you'll see some of our accounting team is there,
Mhm.
you know, there's Penny up here. I was surprised, like, there's Chief Hoag, there's Kathy.
That doesn't
I
surprise
could
me at
see
all.
that.
That doesn't surprise me.
Here.
But I think influence is interesting too, because when I think of the influencers is the generally ones also that, you know, they have knowledge, but it's like they're taking that knowledge they've learned and they're actually trying to apply it to influence others into like add it as a literal term, right? Into being persuaded to think or agree or disagree to a certain way. So they have a very important role.
Right, and I was surprised, not surprised, to see some of our law enforcement leaders up there in the eye. Right, you've got. There is
That-
such a great deal of
That
influence.
Yes,
that makes
super not
sense.
surprised though at any, like really at any of that, and not even knowing people just from a observing, just from a citizen standpoint. Accurate.
So, well, and looking at this and thinking about your types up here at the dais, like, how does this support decision making?
It takes a whole team, obviously, so you have the different elements, we have to have this, you know. People that are asking questions, you have the ones that are trying to move forward and get things done, you have people that are stopping, asking for clarification or things, right? That maybe it doesn't make sense, all the pieces and puzzle pieces are not connected in their head to fully buy on, so they play an element there. The analytical and statistical side of things is essential, I mean,
Don't see any fluidity on that. Well, if you take the drive, it seemed like it would. It seems for, you know, so all encompassing everything, and so you'd think there'd be a strong drive and then it would go on to the support or. Sense on
you're talking about like kind of like a hierarchy, so it'd be like more in the drive and then down, or are you
that.
talking?
Yeah, I
about-
mean, someone's getting a direction from someone that's making the decision, so the decision maker would go to that, and they would be the, you know, the support person or the clarity, and then. And I just. Because. The departments that make the decisions. Are light on the drive, yes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, sure. Well, and I mean, what do you think that you guys are kind of heavy drive up here? Right, being in an elected position, making really bold decisions to do this work, to run for office, right? I'm not surprised to have strong Ds at the dais. And I think that's a really cool compliment to your staff activities, right? You have subject matter expertise in the house. You have folks who can like really do great detailed work. It may take some time to get that information that you need, but it may be a really good compliment, and just kind of knowing what staff you can call on for their strengths, right? This is a really powerful, it's a really powerful team, and it's a really high functioning team.
Well, and maybe this is just my personality type talking, but I really like the teamwork approach. I think that's the best skill that I've seen and that I can use is being able to network and listen to people. Because that's how you make really good decisions. So if we have people in charge of departments, we're wanting to make sure that they are taking the time to listen to other people to make good decisions. Quick decisions, efficient decisions, but listening to everybody.
They need a decision, overall objective, and then they can.
And that you've heard everything out to make sure you're making a good decision, because if you don't know, you know, someone didn't voice an opinion about something that might go wrong. And then you made that decision, then you're mad at that person for not saying, you know, so it's like making sure that everybody listens to each other and feels comfortable enough to speak up.
I was a little surprised that more department heads were not in D, honestly, because they're generally, you know, that type A personality that usually ends up in the D category. So I think that's a bit interesting to me because usually those roles are action oriented, unfortunately have to deal with discipline, strategic planning, but they also have to have, you know, some of the other personality types when you're talking about like having personal skills, soft skills, all of those things. So I'm kind of surprised personally that that's not where a couple people landed, just out of observation.
Right, right.
I'm also very curious because he's pretty insightful, what Counselor Sundin thinks about this as well.
Oh, I don't think I can see it. Let me,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if there's anything you need me to see.
Oh, we can't see it.
Oh,
There you
I'm
go.
seeing you guys.
this is the cluster. So this is where, if you probably heard like the whole conversation, so.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to have a balance, and I think this is a good representation again of that idea that it takes all kinds of people to make up the world and takes all kinds of people to run a city too. And so I think the fact that it is so balanced, I think honestly that's a strength. I think that can be a challenge too when you're, like you say, you're trying to get things done and maybe different people have different personality types and different ways about doing things, but I kind of, yeah, I think it's neat to see it laid out like this.
My view of looking at the distribution there is underscores the importance for having a strategic plan, having goals, having, you know, a mission, having vision, and
Having timelines.
that way everybody fits into their part, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is the direction we're going. This is the list of goals and objectives. They can fill in their spot, right? Play their role.
That's brilliant and really important as a manager, right? You want to set up a framework to get the good out of all these styles. Talented team here. Other observations? Observations?
Is there one we're missing here?
Hmm?
Is there one we're missing?
No,
No.
I'm just curious.
Okay.
I don't.
She wants to give us enough time to process.
Everything. I certainly won't think of
Well, I
everything.
think what's interesting to me is with the lack of the drive on there, and we're all on the council, is that they're looking for guidance. I mean, does that make sense?
And having two Ds on the council.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you
Implement
just
it.
look at the circle, right? Everything's to the right and bottom. And we're kind of in the middle if you were to put us on the top of the apple, right? We're the ones that are supposed to make the decisions. So it's kind of nice knowing we have the influence, support and clarity behind down, you know, all around us, be able to make those decisions. And that's kind of what I rely on when I go talk to people about, hey, we're thinking about this. What do you think? That's why I want to know. I don't want somebody sitting back and not saying anything and being like me.
The drawing out.
That's the knowing your weaknesses.
Sure.
That's good. That's a good thing. That's a true strength. So knowing what you're not good at.
Right. So what do we do with this? Are there strategies to leverage strengths? Like what? Will your approach shift? All of you, like knowing this, like how do you use this information?
Empower someone to get more people into the drive category so that they can do their job.
Recruiting? I don't think recruiting is.
I love how he says that, just like it totally sounded like a drive person.
So recruiting, okay, but strategies to use this.
Well, and we should probably note that this was not all of the staff.
Right.
So there's a,
It's department heads, right?
Yes,
So,
these are
I mean,
20 staff members, including department heads.
For me, it's effective communication, like understanding like where somebody is on this is like an expectation for me to go talk to somebody that is an S. It's gonna be very different than the blunt conversations and very direct, like calorie ridden conversations that Russ and I have, or that I would have with another D, right? It's to the point where we're not gonna waste calories on extra words, like, we're just gonna get there. So it's very different than approaching a conversation that somebody is an S or an I, where it's more you have to like ease into those type of conversations, and maybe there's a little bit more of engagement versus just direct and to the point, right? So
Yeah.
that's to me where I find a lot of value is how I approach conversations with individuals.
I also think personalities are fluid, like John mentioned, that his personality has changed throughout his career, and so that's something to just pay attention to, is that even if somebody was in a drive category, doesn't mean they're gonna stay there. And doesn't mean that they can't override into other categories, like people are still people, and every interaction you have with someone should be in that moment based off of that situation, my opinion, but.
Right, and supporting folks to grow in their leadership too, kind of try on different styles, try on different roles, like. And certainly encourage that, and as a supervisor, it's like, okay, how do we get you out of your comfort zone a little bit? And is that comfortable for you, and do you want that opportunity for growth? Right, so, using this, right, in supervision and in, how you work with department heads is hopefully useful. But and Counselor Sundin, any ideas about kind of leveraging what you see in the talents and styles?
Nothing good's coming to mind.
Fair
No,
enough.
I don't think I can add anything to what anybody else has said.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, this may be helpful for you. Let us, we'll have some copies of this and think about, actually, let me go out and put you all in, if that is all right. And then the whole team can use this tool to improve communication, to improve, your approach, and also who you go to for their strengths. Yeah. There you have it. Closing thoughts on the exercise?
Be more acceptable and other of the desk people
Yes.
listening.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot about how I can change my approach to, like, I'm a really strength-based person, so knowing these things, like, just really thinking about how I can shift my approach to get the good out of everyone and really leverage strengths is. We'll update the big map and send it out. And we'll take just a couple of minutes. We're going to go from this wonderful discussion to a much more narrow policy discussion for our next hour. So, yeah, take a little break if you'd like. Any refreshment. And we will be back, and I will distribute the governing policy. Thanks, gang. And thank you for your engagement.
Taking a break.
Yeah, just 5 minute or 5:11. Thank you for playing. Thanks for playing, everyone.
Yeah.
It's, well, see.
Looked like you just had it.
It's-
Are we moving forward with getting a project manager for the water? I got asked that at a chamber.
You still on?
We're live, okay. No, we're not. At this point, I can tell you why. And it's mostly because the MEI's pushback on that,
The contractor pushed back on us.
pushback on us having a third party manage, so yes. But it's good, everything is. Yeah, everybody's.
Is Mohammed is doing it or not?
He is doing, it, yes.
We should
Team is.
bring this up in a meeting though, because I've been asked about people in the community about it. That's why.
You saw on camera.
Yes. Yep, and I'm gonna get us back on agenda.
Right on time.
I appreciate you, Counselor.
Yeah,
Yes.
right on time.
Yes.
Clarity, folks. Yes.
All right, and welcome back, Counselor Sundin. Getting underway, so. This is a review of the governing policy. I know this has come up for a number of years. And I wanted Don to give a little bit of background as to how this came to be. It's my understanding that this is not working, so let us get a structure in place that works well for the city.
So yeah, this policy was adopted. I don't know when it was adopted, Kathy might be able to.
2019.
This one is most currently in 2019, and that shift was to take the council oversight of individual departments and make them liaisons, so that kind of that communication rather, where it wasn't the city administrator and a counselor to over a department head, and just give more authority to the city administrator to be the chief of staff. With some limitations, and those limitations, there's still a communication piece. The council liaison still has some decision-making authority to help make decisions. If those decisions aren't consensus, they go to the council for resolution. And prior to that, it was not only was it the authority over the departments, there was another aspect where the counselors were commissioners. They were more functioning like commissioners. They were paid to go to meetings. There was a meeting schedule where they got paid $30 a meeting, and there's a list of qualifying meetings. That got jettisoned, I think around 17.
I think so.
Our attorneys will say it's problematic, especially when you get some, personnel supervision and discipline around department heads and having more than one point of contact in the soup and the recipe. And, I can certainly bring them in and have you talked about the legal aspects of how things, when it's going well, everything's fine. But when they were going not well, it would get really messy really quick, where the whole council get drawn into the
Right, and this sets up kind of a combination of forms of government. Right, it started from a place, from my understanding, counselors were very much commissioners. To the point of, wasn't there someone who had a desk in City Hall who was like embedded with their assigned department?
people that wanted desks.
Wanted desks or wanted to be out, like guiding installation of water lines,
Badges and things,
Yes. But also to think about, how would one orient a department head to this? Say you hire a new department head and you bring them in and, the interviewing is done by your city administrator. And they show up on the job and then it's like, oh, wait, you also have a counselor that you report to. And who will be part of your disciplinary actions, will be part of your oversight. You're really creating kind of a muddy system of oversight and of direct reporting. You know, John is in this place where he has 5 bosses. Good job. It's challenging, right? And now the way this policy is laid out, that you now have department heads with 2 or more bosses. Is this working? Is this a good?
How long have we had this policy?
Wow. It's pretty archaic, actually, to compare to most cities, but the other aspect is that as the council hires and fires department heads. So the aspect of, and usually they've brought me in that process, but we've had recruitments where it's like, oh, I don't know about this, this person is the best person for this job, and they're leaning a certain way, and fortunately, they've listened and gotten great people, and
Well, and there's the potential that someone could be hired that you don't particularly want to supervise. You know what I mean? Like, here, have a director.
yes,
Yeah.
that worked out
So
really
did
well.
did I mishear that you said it's not working? When we Start talking about this?
Over the years, there have been a number of times where this has not worked very well
In its current form.
in.
Well, in that same light, I definitely have concerns because I know for a fact that number 5 is an area we are definitely slacking in. Performance evaluations are not being done on a regular basis and they're not consistent. So if we are gonna talk about problems with this policy, we definitely need to address that as well.
Do we just want to take this section by section? Like, let's just talk it through. Let's just break it out. I'm here to facilitate a conversation and to get to a place where you can communicate what the governing structure looks like. Department heads are clear and folks are pretty well oriented as to how you operate. As you know, with the council city manager form of government, you set policy, manager does implementation. Right, here's a combination with an administrator and counselors very much into the department level supervision. Right, so this purpose, right, collaborative administrative decision making. We love those words, we love this idea. Right, and then it's gone. To delegate responsibilities and authority to implement guidelines, okay. So this combination form of government. Council shall act as a commission with each counselor assigned to 1 or more city departments. City administrator should supervise and coordinate activities of all departments and coordinate this process. So functioning as a commission is the thing. Right now, in your liaison roles, right, the most helpful liaison role is that communications link. Right, you want to know your department, you want to know what their challenges are, you want to be able to communicate that. For that one department. With that. I'm just gonna back away from that altogether, but so let's talk about the acting as a commission. Like, what might that look like? Like, what would be your dream? Say, Counselor Gunderson, you are the liaison to the planning commission. To the commission, right? So what does this entail?
I want the commission to do what they're doing. I don't want to I want them to be able to do and operate the way they see fit. And if there's an issue with it and they bring it to me, then I'll bring it to council. Other than that, I want them to operate as free standing. I'm not there to influence. I don't think the council should be there to influence. It should be their decision based on what they know and their knowledge, right? That's the way I want it to look. Really, I mean, if there's an issue, come to me and say something and I'll bring it up. But other than that, just do what you do and do what you do best.
I think my vision is that, doing it just the way Mark said, but making sure that we're reporting back. Because then we don't have to micromanage if we're getting reports about what's happening, even if it's just, good things, bad things, whatever. Being able to hear what's going on with the commission is important to us because then it helps us. Okay, I know what's going on. They're doing great. Keep going. My opinion.
Yeah, and Counselor Sundin, you still sit at the Parks and Trails Commission, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And what are kind of the most valuable bits of that experience?
I think kind of like Mark was saying, they, for the most part, they tend to do their thing. I'm just there kind of listening in the background. And then there's been times where they've asked for my opinion, or they're talking about maybe going forward and doing something, and I'll chime in and say, actually, that's not quite how it works, but if you, I would go about it this way. So for the most part, they're not dependent on me, they're not relying on me, but they occasionally they'll look to me for answers, or ask where they can go to find answers. But yeah, I think that communication part, just being kind of the in between the commission and council, is the most important part of that relationship.
Thank you. You also, it occurs to me too that this is great support for volunteers. Having you all at boards and commissions, like this is a huge support to the people, to citizen volunteers. Getting them, making more opportunities to participate in government, and having folks at that table for when they do have questions, to have a counselor there is really amazingly valuable. And for you all to get a sense of what's happening on the ground. It seems to work well for boards and commissions, right? Do you have any comment as you're with the library board, correct?
Yeah, I see, being a liaison, as being involved, with them, not deeply, they speak to me of what they're doing and, rarely just listen. And I never have anything really to bring to the council or that. On the other hand, I believe that, the time we spend going to their meetings and all that, if we took the time and at a work session, we have every manager in the city, every head of the department come and speak to us. They could do it on a staggered thing, in a work session. That way we have 5 people can ask questions. I can't ask questions of him, I can ask questions of Jacob. Say, Jacob, what about this? Well, it never gets answered for me. And I don't have the time to go around and ask every department, and they probably, maybe they don't want to talk, but if we're in a situation where they have to answer the council, makes them sharper too, because they have to make a presentation of what's happened, good, bad, and the ugly. That's what we'd want. They can come forward and explain their situation. At that point in time, they can also have an ask that we can change right then and there and make it happen, rather than the slow process of getting to us and we don't get all the information. Because person over here may have a really valid question that never gets asked because the counselor says, yep, everything's okay with my department. That's why I've asked police chief, come down, talk. That has worked out really well. Mohammed, he came in a couple times and then he's gone. So that's not working out, obviously. And other public works things and the library, Suzanne just comes in and spells it out. That she's great about that. And then we can all ask questions, but just I don't see it working for myself.
No, that's really important and.
We used to do that. We used to have all the departments come to every meeting.
A lot of cities do that because they want to know what's going on.
Go down the line. I think we're talking about liaisons and that role, and we can certainly go back to that. And what we purposefully did to just kind of make not every meeting be so long, is to, you get the report, quarterly report. That's more, not less the day-to-day kinds of things.
Well, I'm not saying they have to come up with a huge report or something, but just show up. And in the work sessions, it's in their daytime. So they're not. But I think it's a communication with those people, eye to eye, to read them how they're liking their situation. It just brings me closer to every department that we've got.
We could easily do that.
I don't know if I necessarily think that I need that. I think maybe why Russ feels like he needs that is we haven't been doing the best job of being good liaisons for, that's what I've seen being here the longest so far, is that I don't always feel like we get thorough reports back, and not like, you know, throwing any shade at anybody, but I'm just saying that if we were doing that, like meeting with these people, boots on the ground, really, really getting good thorough reports to bring back, I feel like maybe that would earn some trust with other counselors that have questions that they felt like they could get information that they need. I'm not saying we shouldn't switch. I'm just saying that's my perspective on where we're at right now, is that that's part of the problem.
I feel like we're talking about two different things, and that's why I'm struggling right now,
Well,
because we're
I
talking
think
about
he's talking about
liaison.
getting rid of
Right, yeah.
liaison.
Right, but I'm looking at it, I think for me in my head, I'm compartmentalizing the fact, a liaison with the boards and the commissions. That's what I'm looking at in one swim lane. The next swim lane is a liaison with department heads. In my mind, that's a completely different swim lane. So for what I thought we were talking about is boards and commission, is it effective to be a liaison? And if I were to answer that, I've only been here like a month. One of the things that became kind of glaring for me is that we are segregated to those departments. And I feel like if we're elected, we should try to know as much as possible. And so after reflecting a little bit, even after the first meeting, it's like, you know, as long as there's not a quorum, why couldn't we all, like, somebody go sit and, you know, on the Parks and Trails Commission and show up and show support and unity there? Because we, you know, just being present, but is it necessary to actually have a counselor assigned to a Parks and Commission? Or is it, you know, they can come in and report back to what's going on, and they can ask direct questions, and the whole council can have a quorum at that point to really hear the information firsthand, the concerns, the challenges, the goals, the objectives, versus spending time and going to all the boards and all of those things. So it's our calories and our efforts better spent elsewhere and not actually assigned to a specific board or commission. That's kind of what I'm thinking in my head, but I'm just thinking out loud. To me, they're separate so far.
There was with the planning commission, there was we had talks about me not attending because it could have been, what's the,
Yeah, because the planning commission's quasi judicial
Yes.
and the council hears appeals, that you're sitting there, you participating in those discussions can.
and then I was asked so I missed a meeting, 3 meetings, I don't remember what it was, I think it was 2. And then Pugsley asked me to come back, or Shoemaker asked me to come back, and I was happy to do it. She just wanted somebody there, and I'm fine with that rule. But I think you're right, as far as the two lanes that we're talking about. There's the liaison role and then the department head role.
Yeah.
I think Russ has got a valid point, that if we do have questions and they're there, it'd be nice to be able, because we may not have questions. But then if we have that availability, not that they're not available during the day, but we would have a set time where we could know what we wanted to ask and when we could ask it.
Well,
Does that make sense?
yeah, and although I will say this, even though I'm not assigned to planning commission, I've never not been able to access our city planner. I'll call him anytime I want, and ask him any question I want. That's never been an issue for me. So, I mean, unless someone else is having other issues with that.
Yeah, I'm just, the question, what if we didn't have council liaisons?
Yeah.
What would that look like? You'd have equal access to any part of the job.
We would have equal access to us. That's the other
Is
thing.
is it unequal right now? Maybe that's what I'm missing, because it doesn't feel unequal to me. I feel like I can call any department anytime if I had a question about something and get
I
information.
feel the same way.
So maybe
It's functioning.
there's something
That's
I'm not
functioning, But on
seeing,
paper,
is all
it's
I'm saying.
it's their liaison, and in the past, there was some territorial kind of, if you went into somebody else's board or commission, then you had to get green lighted first. There was a lot of hard feelings around that.
I didn't know we had to do that. I just went and talked to.
There's no ground. there's no
Yeah,
rules,
that's okay. I wasn't assigned to police anymore, but I'll still
Yeah, I've-
go and,
I've met with
hey,
him.
what's
I've met
going on with
with
this?
them. I've met with.
It's been an issue in the past when there's an assigned liaison.
I can just share that part of the concern from staff is that you have the city government part that people come and ask questions about what's going on and stuff, but then there's the personal things that somebody comes in and they want to do their personal business with the person. Well, that access isn't That's an inappropriate use of their time when, you know, when basically you're a customer at that point and you're get in line with the rest of the customers. You don't get special treatment because you're a counselor, just on your own personal stuff. But when it comes to city business, then yes, you definitely have access to anybody.
There's
There
a-
was just a lot of abuse of it.
I'm glad that you said that, because again, that's just not a side of it that I've seen.
So my other question is the time that we spend on the boards and commissions, which I don't know. I mean, I'm just now getting up to speed. Is our time better served if we were taking that and do work sessions with us or specific, you know, having them come in so that we're again, all hearing the same information and asking the same questions and they have access to everybody? How much time are we spending on boards and commissions that we should be like looking for the entire betterment of the whole city versus these like segmented? I mean, they're important, Parks and Rec and library, but are we actually putting our calories and efforts where they should be for the greater good?
Well, he'll come back and report about the planning commission, but I've got a question totally different that he couldn't answer, so I don't really get an answer.
But we do have that joint planning commission. Well, it's been postponed or canceled a lot, but we do have that. We don't do that with other.
That's fine. That's a,
doesn't do
that's a
that.
direct workshop to work with the planning commission, but then Jacob works all the time and his reports are really good.
Mhm.
And it's part of the council every time. But, each manager should report to us if, you know.
I don't
because
disagree. Yeah, I don't disagree at all.
like I said, they can say what they're doing. And then they say, I'm really needing something over here. And what do you think about that? And it's communication. I mean, if we're only going through one counselor and, you know, you're just really listening, you're not doing anything there. You're really not allowed to talk to the commissioners or in session. Planning commission stuff.
Would the boards and commissions like the access to the entire council?
I think that it'll be about how you frame it, because in the past, I think it's been them not feeling very supported by the council, which is why we have been really creative with that liaison role to make sure that they feel supported and that somebody's there and cares from the council about listening to them and what they're doing. And I think that's why Jennifer called them back, right? Because she wanted that support. So I think maybe having that conversation with them and framing it the way you just did would be helpful so that they feel like they're not losing something, but they're gaining.
Yeah, they're gaining, they're maybe losing one independent, but then they have access to all five of us to have conversations, to understand their challenges, what their goals are. So they could come to us and it could be at whatever time period, like what regulation, but then it's a two-way dialogue here, right? So that we're hearing the same thing from the Parks and Trails. We're hearing the same thing from the library board and Public Works. They all have access to this and we can, well, Public Works, but you get library and
As far as the commissions go, I would like to think they could do that if they wanted to come in. I mean, when I I enjoy going to the meetings. I think it's really interesting and I learned a lot. I would like to continue doing it, but I see it both ways. I mean, I think I'd still keep going. We switched it around. I don't think it's a waste of time at all. It's a learning experience for me.
I think I don't think it's a and or, it's a potentially both, right? It just would allow, like, it wouldn't be like, hey, you know, Mark, you can only go to the planning commission. You can also, you know, go and see what's going on with Public Works or something. Like, you're not delineated to just one specific thing. You're not assigned to one. You have the fluidity that they have access to you and you have access to them.
That's interesting, so I'll show up at Parks and I'll just jump on the Zoom call in Parks and just listen and see if they're, especially if they're talking about softball or something, right? What are you guys doing in my fields, you know? So I just always felt like that was already an open door policy. Maybe it's just my personality
Was the
type.
commissioner, can you make comments as commissioner when they're in session?
Sometimes they'll ask me questions or they would ask me questions when I would come. So I think they usually value your input and the fact that you care about what they're talking about.
Right, and a big part of your role is to champion the entire city. Across boards and commissions and across departments, and I think you're absolutely correct to bring up like the liaison conversation and providing that communications link to boards and commissions versus this governing policy where you're supervising department heads. Are you comfortable with that?
I think it maybe goes without saying that the council, these boards and commissions are your boards and commissions. These-
Right.
They're not,
Appoint
they're
members.
not staffs. You all, you all
Yeah.
select and or firm or what, whatever they get on the commissions there, boards and commissions, and it's not one person's job, but for drawing the brightest lines between you as policymakers and myself as administrator, sure, and the staff as administration, there would be a pretty clear break right there.
We're talking about department heads, right? As far as are we in the other swim lane when we're talking about that? Are we still talking about?
It's,
doing a lap on their
they're
boards and
related.
commissions.
Yeah, it's very related. I mean, if you had equal and unfettered access to the whatever meetings you want to go to, any meeting you want, that's fine.
But don't we already?
That's what I thought, yeah.
Because there's not a quorum.
There's not a forum, yeah.
I was gonna say, no one ever told me to get out.
How do our parks and how do our boards and commissions feel from their perspective? When we ask them, do they believe that they are just assigned to a specific counselor, or do they feel like they have unfettered access to all of us?
That's a fair question
Yeah,
for
I put
them.
it out to them. But also, if we make policy, how do we know it's really working if we don't actually talk to the people? I don't want to learn it from him about a policy issue because
That's where we bring the boards and do reports to the council.
okay, how often?
Say here.
Annually, yeah, it's maybe not enough, but
Annually would.
Well, maybe if we're reducing, the visits to meetings by counselor, we could increase the reports to council.
I think the reports to council is really valuable because we all can hear what is going on versus, just kind of through set up like phone a friend, phone a counselor. We all hear it. We can all ask questions. I think
Because things happen daily, so let's not just do once a year or twice a year, something like that. Let's not make it I don't need a huge report, you're more of a casual type
Yeah.
thing.
Yes.
Here I am, it's my turn to say what we're doing. It doesn't need paperwork and lines and arrows and what's happening. It's just like, hey, does it work? How's it working?
Well, the value, the heavier value in there is that dialogue that you'd be opening up for the
That's
entire
right,
council.
that's right. And we're all learning from that one question I asked.
Yeah,
We're all learning something about the city rather than, now we all know,
yeah.
And I
the
think
good, the bad and the ugly.
And I think just hearing what can we do to support you? What do you need
That's what
from
we
all of
want.
us?
We want the work.
Right? So when we talk about the lack of support that's maybe been perceived in the past, that would be very pointed, right? When you have five of us up there saying, we're here to help what you guys need. So maybe it's both. Maybe it's, we request, I think once a year, me personally thinks that is. Like, that seems a lot. Or I mean, not. a
that model now is the liaison giving a report, they go. Yep. So there is reporting.
Well, and that's when it comes to the council reports. I don't have anything to say. I mean, I want that coming from them. And that's me on me. I'm not asking what they need and bringing it back, but I still want them to come to the whole council. You got a good point. Like if we have questions, or if they have needs, like, or they, what they want. I don't want to be the,
Maybe you didn't have the
Please,
question that Russ
exactly,
had,
exactly.
and so you were like, well, I'm fine,
yeah, exactly. So I think it would benefit everybody really to do it that way.
Well, that's a really positive shift, right? That could make a huge difference. And you can kind of eliminate some of the liaison playing favorites type of, especially around budget season. It's, I'm coming in hot. This is my area and all the resources need to be here. And, no, you serve the entire city. You serve the entire, 15,000 residents and your volunteers and,
So if I can chime in for a second, Rachel, that's one thought that I've had is that in some ways it creates this sense of false loyalty that, okay, I'm the liaison to the police department, so I need to be more loyal to the police than I am to the library or to any other department. Whereas we're city councilors for the whole city. And just another idea that popped into my head is what about like a rotating schedule? Okay, I go to the planning commission meeting this month. Next month, I'm gonna go to the Parks Commission meeting. Would be an opportunity for us to get to know each of the commissions and how they function, and also give them an opportunity to get to know each different counselor. Um, I think the Parks Commission could function very well without me there. I think they do appreciate having somebody there. Um, but I don't think it would be a game changer if I wasn't there at every meeting. I know if we did do something like that rotating, I think you're not going to have the consistency of having the same person there at every meeting that knows all the back history and what's going on. But I just feel like it would be good for me personally to get a better idea of what's going on with the library board and what's going on with the planning commission. I do try to go back and watch a lot of those meetings and keep up on things, but I think it would be beneficial to actually be there and be able to participate.
Time we spend on doing individual boards and everything, if we focus on what's coming to us from the city, then we've got that time.
Right, right. So, and these are great suggestions. I really like that. And I'm hearing that, you know, having boards and commissions come in here to check in more frequently is something desired. And I agree, it doesn't have to be a big show, no PowerPoint required. It's, you know, tell me something exciting and tell me a challenge that you're having, right?
Brag and a snag. We used to talk about it in therapy.
What is it?
A brag and a snag.
I love it.
It's the opportunity, I think what would work best for me is the opportunity to ask those questions that I haven't had a chance to ask. Like just for clarification, it might not be any big deal, but I'm just not clear on it.
I think also for me is that the opportunity for council to show appreciation for the volunteers and the boards and the commissions. So when we're here and we can say thank you for doing what you're doing and doing that publicly, I think that is important as well.
For the planning commission, they got a really tough job. They really do. For being volunteers, there's a lot of put on them and asked of them. There's a lot of decisions they make that I think they do a great job, but there's some, you know, they're making planning decisions. It's not that people don't want to hear what they have to say a lot of times, but they do a really good job at saying what they need to say and how things want to go. And I don't want to interrupt that.
I was chair of the planning commission and they, with Jacob's staff, they go through a lot of work, a lot of investigation to the details, and then work with the public, angry or happy or whatever, as you're saying. And they present to the council. And that's another reason that I wanted to go get on the council, because I saw the council going against them. Some occasions that, knowing the effort they put in and the conclusions they came to, should be looked at a lot better than they were given. So anyway, but that sort of thing, but the asking the individual departments to explain questions, that's just, you know, why not? Because then everybody's accountable.
Right, well, and it's shared knowledge and shared understanding for you all too.
That's the big one for me.
Changing
Yeah.
the format, you create more just shared understanding.
I've never come into this thing. As a matter of fact, I have more questions than answers. Want to keep it that way. That's good for me, and I think that's good for everybody else.
Jessica, what are you thinking?
Honestly, I was gonna rabbit hole us and bring us back to talking about the policy, because I really think there's still a lot of discussion that needs to happen on the rest of this policy too.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do like this. I'm open to it, but I haven't been assigned to a commission since I've been here. I've been police or public works or admin, so it's really hard for me to speak up. These guys have really all been, and you know, with the commission, so I like to hear their opinions.
We used to have a lot more commissions.
There's only 2, 3 right now, right? Or the library.
Consolidated,
So,
you know, planning commission does historic landmarks and the
Yeah.
parks is doing parks and trails.
We used to have arts and
Used to be
culture.
bicycles, arts and culture.
Yeah.
Have pushed them together to be more efficient.
Council, yeah, so we've really already condensed.
To bring this back full circle, what I heard, or I believe I heard, was the fact that either we consider rescinding the actual assignments and make it fluid so that we can either one, have a rotating schedule, or we just have access, unbridled access to all the commissions, and they realize that too. And then also request that they come in at a more consistent time frame to report out to the entire council. Is that what everybody feelings they heard as well, or did I miss something?
Expressed.
I think we should probably start with talking to the commissions though, and like I said, framing this the way you said, where it's you're not losing something, but you're gaining access to it, and then getting their input about it.
Maybe we can have them come in and we can ask them.
Started.
Counselor Sundin, how does that sound to you? Does that capture it?
Yeah, I think so. And I like the idea of getting their input and seeing what would be most beneficial to them and most helpful to them in their work.
Wonderful. Well, I've got a couple of notes here. Yes, so liaison, we're gonna kind of close that conversation and now come back to the governing policy.
Swim lane number 3.
Swim lane number 8. And this is a sticky one, right? You've got a combination, this is outlining a combination of forms of government. You've got counselors assigned to one or more departments, separate and distinct from boards and commission. Right? And I do want to, and hopefully in the notes I can capture this, that, commissions are of your creation. They serve at your pleasure. I believe that there are 2 statutorily required, those being the planning commission and the budget committee.
Oh yeah, we forgot about the budget.
Yep. This is related to the internal operations of the city. And those folks who on a daily basis report to your city administrator. Okay, so just to be clear. Not our wonderful volunteers, these are our wonderful staff and department leads. And I don't know. Well, I don't know a lot of things. I think,
Why that matters, currently we do have that. Assignment to departments it gets into this collaborative decision-making process, which is number 3. Where the appointed person has decisions in these administrative types of matters. But those are normal and routine. It talks about the word developments in there, which is very well defined. The question of what that even means, but it's generally low level, non-HR, and it's within the budget realms and things budgeted. It's our attorneys have advised us that if, and the way it's set up is if the 2 department head assignment and myself don't come to consensus on that, then it goes to the council, and that's fine for some things. If it's a controversial employment issue, that could be very problematic as far as a public process that it could be saying, don't go there.
Can you give us some fictitious examples? Just give us some, not anything
Specific.
Yes, thank you. Give us some examples of what you're referring to, please.
So I guess, for instance, if there was a department head, if the way the policy is, if there's a department head that I felt warranted a termination, I would work with the council liaison, and then we have the department head that's being terminated. And if one of us didn't agree, that would go to the full council, and if that employee has rights, they could be in public, it could be in executive session. It just gets really messy.
So to make sure I understand what I hear you saying is that you're not talking about department head. Department heads come to the council for hiring and termination,
They do,
correct?
they do, yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about their subordinates with underneath
Yeah,
the
it could be,
department
yeah,
head.
it could be a subordinate, yes, it should, yes, you're correct.
So we're very distinct, subordinates or the department head. So you're talking about,
It should be, they should have substituted department head or a subordinate. Yeah, and that person would have not only a disruption between myself, varying opinions on that.
right, so this is like, say, I am the Department of Fun. And I report to you, and the mayor is my liaison. here in the Department of Fun. And I have an employee who is no fun. And is like really like just, well, but also like, you know, not meeting expectations. As a department head, I am able to supervise that person, put them on a corrective action plan, try and coach it up with support from you two, not meeting it. I come to you two, tearing my hair out. This person's just not meeting standard. You say, we love this person, we need to keep them, and you say, no, they go. This disagreement now has kicked it up to the council level. The entire council in public meeting setting.
Yeah, all the due process steps and
Correct.
every one of those steps is it's a decision-making.
Right, and we've got a lot of employees who are represented too, so we've got another layer there. I can, is that a decent example?
Oh, yeah. no, it's-
Okay,
So you're the fun police. I get it.
I'm the Department of Fun.
Just in the course of due process and all the decision-making steps that are required, the appeal board comes by collective bargaining agreements comes back to me, but then there's also this council. A person assigned to the decision as well, so.
Yeah,
I think to me, that sounds like a well-rounded way to handle it. Because as a city councilor, we are elected by the citizens of St. Helens to represent the city's best interests. So I think a city councilor should be involved in that. That's my opinion.
yes, that is.
I don't know. Does
That is-
anybody else know?
I guess that there's part of me like thinking through this, I guess, is like I hear what you're saying, but I come through like a hierarchy, right? So I've been union my whole life and there's a hierarchy. And so I think I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand what Council President Chilton is saying too, like we should be a part of it. Then I also come back to, are we in the business of employment matters? That's the part that now I'm tripped up on, is should we be involved at that level? In my mind, that when we started this conversation, when we dove into 3, what I think the key word was that was concerning when we talk about the department heads was it would give you more power. And I think that that's not probably something that maybe that everybody, the council is comfortable with. However, our job in my mind is to manage you. Your job is to manage the department heads. The department heads are to manage their employees.
I think this is the thing we're overlooking though, is that we're not going into this, we're not sitting down with this person and going through their plan of action. We're not doing it 360, with them. We're not doing any of those things. It's only coming to us when it's like, okay, we've done all of these things. Here's what I've done. Do you agree with this decision? Maybe all those things weren't done and you don't agree with that decision. And then now you're saying, now we need to kick it up to council. So it's only in the case of the fact that a ball possibly got dropped, because in most cases, we're probably going to agree as long as it was a thorough investigation and done properly.
I just want to make sure I was understanding that.
That's just my thought.
I understanding
No,
the
you're-
hierarchy.
you-
I just want to make sure that in my head, I'm trying to get the words out
I thought we were only in charge of hiring and terminating department heads.
That's
We're
the
not in the business of day-to-day running.
policymakers, administrators, but
I think it should stay that way, unless there's an issue
This is the way it is right now, though.
and there's a problem with this.
That's what is in question. I don't. think
policy
there's-
and administration of
I'm
that.
saying I don't think there's a problem with the way it is right now.
So either. I mean, I don't want to be involved in the day-to-day running of business. That's not why I'm here.
You're saying opposite things, I think. Well, what I'm hearing.
The governing
to.
policy.
I think I am too.
But the thing is that we don't, the reason why you're saying that is because this is the way it's been, but we don't often get pulled. I don't think there's been a single time that we've had to go into a situation like this. Is that correct?
And we're planning for the rare occasion, hopefully.
Right, and so I think, I don't think we should, my opinion of not changing it is because I don't feel like it is something that needs to be changed because we don't use it very often. And in the case of us needing to be able to use it, that I believe that the authority from the council should stay with the council. And so that's just my thought about it.
I agree.
Being conservative with the council's authority but giving, the city administrator their job, which is to do those things and bring them to us. And then if they're brought properly to us, there's no reason why we're gonna be like, no, we're not firing that fun police guy. It's like, we're going to probably agree as long as your job was done correctly and it was a thorough process.
How often has this happened?
That's what I'm saying. It's never happened since I've been here.
Not like
can
department heads,
recall.
but like talking about some subordinates, like. How,
It's happened half a dozen times.
Ever in your time here?
Um, and maybe more than that, but
Like,
I
don't
think, John,
remember.
Done
I've
any-
been drawn into a few of these things already.
yeah, Counselor Sundin may have some comments on that.
Yeah, well, what do you think, Brandon?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of this, like we're talking about administration and overseeing employees, I feel like that's what John is hired to do. That's his role. I like that it's not something that happens regularly. It's not something we have to do a lot because I don't think that's our job. I don't think that's what we should be doing. And I guess the question is whether we should be doing it at all.
should our lawyers be weighing in on this, on what the appropriate structure of business, like employment practice is? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's an issue with it per se. I don't know what's really driving it either.
It's not normal.
It's
I'll say that industry wide.
It's
Got
not-
it. Best practice. Like, let's just, well,
Attorneys have looked at it over the years and said, geez, what are you doing here? And
But they refer back that this is our governing policy. And if
But we use it
change
because
we
it's what's
have to
allowed.
Change it. Yeah, this is what we have to follow right now.
exactly, and it's not a quest for power for me either. It's about being efficient and clear lines of communication and decision making.
right. And that's, if we look at number 4, I'm just looking at this, you
And I
know,
was only quoting, by the way, when the comment was that to give more power, that's what was
Oh.
said at the beginning, which I'm sure that a lot of people would hear, so I wanted.
thank
to
you
point
for
that out.
the clarification. But if you look at number 4, right, employees of department shall be supervised by the department head. Like, I love a period right there and getting rid of the rest of that, but including discipline not involving termination. Okay. I like the first part of B too, right? Department head shall be supervised by the city administrator. Hiring and termination of department heads and the city administrator shall be the responsibility of council. How does that sit? Department heads, are you comfortable with hiring and termination of department heads? Being involved, yep. Now we come to C, right? Decisions regarding hiring and termination of department employees shall be made using the collaborative process. And this is where that lack of concurrence is referred to council. How does that feel?
Our council's not participating in hiring though, right? I mean, have we?
Line staff? No.
Department heads,
just
yes.
Department heads.
Right. Right, and this is, you're getting into department employee.
It's not our role.
I agree with that.
Kathy, could you scroll up for me, please?
Oh, yeah.
Britain.
Thank you.
Yeah, and scroll down a bit. C.
As far as I'm concerned, you can take that all out.
C. Or the whole section
No,
C.
not the full session.
Okay. Like, but-
She's not necessary.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I don't think that that's necessary.
I mean, I just don't think we've even used it very much.
Like I said,
I'm just being honest.
we're in the.
Used a lot, yeah.
The hiring and termination of departments. I think that's it. That's as far as we go. Any other discipline termination actions, I don't think that needs to come to council at all.
Council Sundin?
You're talking about subordinates. You're not talking about.
Not
department heads.
department heads, no.
Separate swim lane.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
And that would be removing C.
Yes.
So that's the sticking point right now, right?
It's been
That's.
A lot.
Go.
All right, and then evaluations, I know, well, I do not know if a plan is in place, but I know that this is certainly top of mind for your city administrator right now. Okay, so we have department employees are evaluated by their supervisor and subject to review and approval by department heads. That feels good. Department heads are evaluated by counselor and the city administrator. Does that feel good? City administrator evaluated by council?
Well, it says
And
counselor is what it says, not
the
council.
assigned counselor,
Okay,
back to the assignments of the counselors.
D, I like D.
See, I kind of wish the department heads where it was, if we're required, if the council is hiring and terminating, you know, responsible for terminating, it feels like the department head piece should be evaluated by the council and the city administrator. It feels like we should all have that piece of it. We should be all interacting with the department heads, right? We should all be doing that.
I think, the big part that's missing in here is there's no timelines for any of these things.
Yeah.
So when are they happening? How often are they happening?
Have they happened?
No.
So we have a great opportunity to improve here.
And you like changing evaluated by city council and the city administrator for department heads?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear John's opinion on that, but if we're responsible, how is like, I mean, I feel like we should all be engaging with, you know, they should have access to us and we should be knowing what's going on and they're giving reports to us.
Yeah, that's. I don't do written evaluations with department heads, but we communicate, you know, weekly. With everybody, if there's a challenge, we talk about it.
Oh gosh, if it's not in writing, it didn't happen.
I appreciate that, but there's.
360 Ds be done, so that we're hearing from staff, subordinate staff as well about the department heads. Those are really important and they work really well.
360?
We did do a 360 on me about a year and a half ago. Not on each department.
60/90.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify.
Maybe it's just 360, sorry.
Okay,
There's
360 review.
people all around you right now.
Yeah.
like,
I think that's important.
But also with the timeline, is having
Annually,
like,
is annually enough? So-
yeah, I think annually is good. I think that's pretty typical, pretty standard for.
Keep in mind too, these aren't all, like, it's not all gonna be negative. We want both. It's like,
Yeah.
when I see the review thing, I think, oh, they're gonna just judge me. It's not that. It's both ways, right?
Yeah, it's plus delta. It's a what they're doing well, and then there's always benchmarks for personal improvement. Absolutely.
Room for
But
improvement.
it also makes me wonder also, you know, giving evaluations, I would assume potentially that department heads know how to properly, you know, administer an employee evaluation, but maybe that's something the council should also discuss or ask John. Have they had training on how to give plus delta feedback? Do they know how to appropriately assess or give an evaluation? Because not everybody does. Not everybody knows how to interview. There's like, that might be a good tool that we could help them be more successful, that in return will help the city and, you know, staff if they know how to properly get feedback. And give it,
Absolutely.
you have to be able to give plus delta feedback. That is, it's a hard thing to do, but you have to be. Department head.
We have not had any training like that, but I would like to find some training so that we can do that, because a lot of supervisors, especially ones that move from being an employee to a supervisor, you know, they don't know any of that stuff, so that would be a great training.
Standard.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, but a form, yeah, I mean, basically a form is like checking through the box, but that's very different than,
Number D is the form.
yeah, I mean, giving there's a ton of training out there, because it's important correctly, so it's effective.
Well, just like, you know, thinking about how we have master plan in the city and, you know, like we set goals. We want our staff to feel like when they're accomplishing stuff that we are seeing it and we're accomplishing, hitting their goal. you know.
Absolutely.
Or if they didn't hit their goals, what happened? You know, why did that happen?
Exactly.
That's important.
And planning for professional development.
Yeah, yeah. And giving kudos when it's
I
due,
love that.
you know, people deserve to.
Exactly.
recognize-
That's why I
Yeah.
don't want to all be negative.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So,
I think too, if I remember right, I think Ashley Wygod reached out to us maybe December and said if we would like further information on evaluations and reviews, that she'd be happy to provide information. So she might be a good resource too, but I
was
just think
assuming
this
that's
is,
Going over this, it's because of Ashley.
yeah, I think it's so important that this does happen. Just think of when you have disciplinary issues and when something comes up and you do need to consider getting rid of somebody, and there's been issues for years and it comes, well, how can you get rid of me? I haven't had a negative review in 5 years, so how can you say I've done this, this, and this? I just think it's so important that when issues do arise, that they're documented, and like you say, not just negative things, but positive things as well. But I just think it has to be written down, it has to be documented, or else there's no proof that it ever happened.
Thank you. Yeah, so I hear a lot of action items coming out of this discussion. Around, so I'm gonna try and recap here. Around the liaison role, you're all comfortable kind of removing the designation and promoting more open access. Potentially a rotating schedule for you to visit different volunteer boards and commissions, or what we're talking about. And also having volunteer boards and commissions, a member thereof, come and report at some regular interval here. Maybe it's quarterly, you hear from all of your standing commissions and boards.
yeah, and Councilor President Chilton also pointed out something that was valuable is actually before an action is taken is to hear back from them. If they feel like this would be more of an asset to have access to all of us, how they would feel before we also make a decision on that.
Yeah, and
It's
then,
just for the commissions, right? Because you just reassigned us, Mayor, to
I know.
different departments and stuff. So I'm like kind of getting a little confused about what's happening.
And I think that that's why it's good, I guess, that we're talking about it now, is that the best thing before we like really get in, like entrenched. Like I went and met with the library, and it was amazing because I really do love the library. And then I'm thinking, man, I'm on the library, but also I know I could pop into the parks and, rec, but it's like parks or trails, but I'm like, are we spending a lot more calories doing that than, and not everybody's hearing back from what's going on in the library except for through me. And it feels like they should have access to all of us, and they should come here and tell us what's going on. We should be able to say thank you and then find out how we could better serve them or to support them. So that's kind of where that comes from. But I think we need their feedback too. So I mean, I think because I was going through our operating policy and that's what it says we're supposed to assign, and that's what I did because I obviously went through and tabbed and highlighted and read everything in that binder. However, but it doesn't mean that this is our council and we can do whatever we want and choose to make it more effective. If there's something that we can make better for us and make better for citizens here. I'm all of the lean practices. Are we being as efficient as possible and spending the least amount of calories and prioritizing what we should be doing?
and like getting input on how you as council can be most helpful and effective for your commissions.
And there's
One
this-
idea that popped up in my mind is the fact that the police liaison also has the title of police commissioner. Whether that's something that's required, to me, that seems like that would be an important thing to maintain, however we do that.
I agree with that one. I think that's kind of a specialty group there.
I thought we got rid of the police commissioner title.
I think we did.
I think it's just police liaison technically.
I've been referred to police commissioner for the last 2 years, so
Well, I
I'm not
think
sure
we
when that
just like to
happened.
call us that because that's what they called me too, but I think the technical term actually got changed. I think so.
I think that with the board's commission, I think it's a two-way street too. I think we should be measured. I think we should have a report card that is given to them, and that how are we doing as council, right? So I think that just as we're talking about evaluations, I think we owe that to the citizens. I think we owe that to the boards and commissions too, like how.
Well,
us
we get a
as-
report card, it's called election.
Yeah, but still.
Trust me,
Yeah.
they report
Right,
right.
but the reality is,
You're
like,
gonna see.
I personally want to know how are we performing, because that, one shows people what we're interested, we want to hear back from them. And then if we need to do a pattern or course change, we can do that if we're seeing that there's something going wrong, not just during an election, but, and I know you meant that like, actually, but really it's like, I don't want
It's
to,
too late.
I don't want to wait like till an election or wait for anything. If we're not doing something we should, let's identify the problem and try to mitigate it before it, we want more people to volunteer and be involved because of the structure and the foundation that we are maybe correcting.
Yeah, I love that. And that's
Yeah.
another reason why I've been wanting town halls is because I think that gives us a dialogue with the public instead of waiting until we get a report card from the public. But allowing for some more natural form of check-in system about how we're doing and what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right, and there are a lot of tools out there. If you're working with an HR, someone like this Ashley person may know, and have them, but I've seen a lot of nonprofit boards where there's a self-assessment that they do. And then there's like a complimentary kind of staff constituent report card. So there are probably some tools out there to help in that effort. And then lunch has arrived, so I wanna go through the governing policy and the things that I heard really clearly. We get down to number 4 before there's a lot of clarity, but getting rid of that subsection C. That makes sense. And then under evaluations, in A, that department employees are evaluated by their supervisors annually. And department heads are evaluated by the council, all of council and the city administrator.
Can I throw something in? Sorry.
Yeah.
With the employee evaluations, one of the things that I think that would be interesting is if council was interested in also possibly reviewing, just not being like necessarily participate, but you have a pulse if something may be going wrong with if you have, X amount of employee evaluations that we're just reviewing, and then there might be something that's wrong or something going on with the department head, right? That you can see early on by there's a systemic issue with the employees. Does that make sense? If we're never seeing any of the evaluations, we don't know if there's any concerns or if there's a systemic or habitual issue that we're seeing.
I think we're trusting our department heads to come to us though about those concerns, because I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to get out of the weeds, right? I think that's bringing us back into the weeds, but knowing everything and having every, little detail.
How do we know it's the employees and how do we know it's not the department head?
That's a good-
Well, maybe you could ask the department head for give me that last review you did. Let's look it over together.
That's not addressing the employee's issue with the department head.
Well, then go to the employee.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, when you need to go to the employee, and when do the employees feel safe going to the council?
Exactly.
I've had lots of employees feel safe to come to me though and talk to me about things and.
Or anonymous surveys for the employees in a specific department.
It's a better way
And
to go.
so that you're not reviewing the evaluations, but you get a real true indication if it's an actual anonymous survey that you can do for each one of the departments, then there's an indication that there might be some red flags with the department head, and that's something that we should be aware of before it becomes an issue and people start leaving. I can speak that, I've had a lot of conversations with employees and there is a morale issue in my opinion. And, don't know why that is, but I also think that, those type of anonymous surveys, it doesn't mean that, something, it's a coaching opportunity for a department head is what I'm trying to say. The same thing with an evaluation. So I think anonymous surveys are a wonderful tool. And we don't have to look at evaluations,
If they're truly anonymous.
truly anonymous, and it would have to be.
And who comes up with the question for these questions for the surveys?
Well, I think we would have to approve the questions, right? I think that we as a council would approve any evaluation form that's put out there. And that should also come on the heels of actual training. So is the form we have effective? Is it getting to the root of the information we want to extrapolate? And then also the anonymous survey would be something I think that would be put together, and then we would have an opinion on it as well, is covering all the bases.
Good job for AI. Serious.
Yeah. AI is scary. It's a scary thing.
Do stuff all the time.
Can we ask John's opinion? Well, I'm gonna ask, what's your opinion on all of those? I know you're just trying to move ahead, but what's your
Oh, no.
opinion on
This is
that
important.
anonymous
This is really vital.
surveys for departments?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, it can be potentially abused and have to, some people when they don't,
I agree.
have to be held accountable for what they're saying.
Yeah, but you always have one. I mean, you have usually a couple people that are not going to take it seriously, but let's say you do a survey for an entire department and there's literally consistency and continuity with a response. That is a good opportunity for coaching with a department head like, hey, it's not one person that's potentially disgruntled or whatever. It is literally, this is a systemic issue, and maybe that's an opportunity to dig in on that one topic.
Yeah, it seems perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Good idea,
Yeah.
good idea.
And I think it also allows for employees that feel like, that they also can have a voice that, in their situations, they may not feel like for whatever reason free to speak it or whatever fear retaliation. It gives that opportunity for them to be heard. But it has to be anonymous. There's no ifs, ands about it.
Yep.
Because you have to also have that trust.
It's gotta be safe space.
Yeah, and it can't be
absolutely.
questions also that would be indicative that you could actually understand who that person is. There cannot use any deductive reasoning to figure out who an employee is. It literally has to be general.
It does.
I asked your opinion and I trampled over you. I'm sorry. It's the
No,
deep.
I think you, something we haven't done before, and I think the door is always open. And,
Yeah, and I would, I'm hearing a lot of great ideas and great consensus here, on the liaison piece, on some of the changes here to the governing policy, but then on building out practice around this. I mean, a lot of your stuff is practice pointers. So it's not gonna appear here, but if you get in this habit of training your managers to conduct 360 evaluations. And then also using an anonymous survey for just sentiment.
Yeah.
That'll be used by council to troubleshoot and help improve.
Yeah, and how I look at
That's
that is our
fantastic.
evaluation of John is, in fact, are these other evaluations being done? Because if it's at council direction that this is what we're saying we want done, then that's part of John's responsibility to do as well, is to make sure that those are done. So it's more of a foundational structure.
Yes, very much. Very much. Thank you for coming through this discussion. Right? This has been fraught. It hasn't made a ton of sense.
Counselor Sundin, does he have anything else?
Yes,
Ignored it.
please, Counselor Sundin.
No, I
Anything
agree
else?
I agree with everything that's been said.
Okay. Very good. We're gonna break and pick up our lunch. It's gonna be really informal. I'm gonna go over some draft, the community input survey results. So we'll do that kind of over the next. Probably break until 12:15 and then we'll spend about half an hour just going through some of the results. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah,
I'm running to be on the forest.
this is a sticky one.
Daughter had winter bowl tonight and they made her.
What are you doing over there?
I'm running to be on the forest to get my daughter's corsage thing. She's winter bowl tonight and they made one for me.
Exactly. So that would be one of those things. Actually, in the OSHA regulations, forklift, scissor lift, those type of thing, the forklift, it's the only place other than confined space that specifies specific training. They have to have the classroom, the demonstration, and then the evaluation. And it was because of Home Depot, basically, because it killed so many people. But there's two places in the regulation. One can point things for construction.
Same outside, no?
What do you mean on the same outside?
Well, I mean, you said in confined space.
No, like confined space is the only place that specifically identifies what type of training and provides to an employee. So between confined space and for forklift, they have very specific training. Otherwise, OSHA doesn't specify what type of training. By the regulation. Not that nobody cares about, honestly, for the most part.
We-
That's why I saw you gloss over it. I get
Until
it. You're
it-
the employer. You get it.
Sweet spot when they start talking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're gonna come on back to honor your time and also Councilor Sunday and to the millions watching at home. Always welcome the millions watching. But yeah, just wanted to provide an update. Well, this year's community input survey. Bit of background, this is the third iteration of the community input survey. 2020 and then end of 21-22. And then here we are again. Well, just have a look, right? It opens with an open-ended response, and SurveyMonkey does not like that. But it's, what do you like most about living in St. Helens? Right? And we heard from some of you as to what you like most about living in St. Helens.
Can I ask a question really quick? How many total responses did we have?
256.
1% of the population.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
15,000 people.
Yeah, it's.
We only-
I think it's gonna be helpful to think through different.
We only put it out one
vehicles.
way, right? I mean, we put it out like in an email. It came out in an email. What other way? On social media?
Social media,
Here you
that's
go.
how I did it.
Let's
Okay.
advance a
I
couple
did
of
not do it that
slides.
way. I did the email.
I did it on social media. There you go. There's our age
Yeah,
difference.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's
Don't
true.
think about the
Well, only try
yeah,
to-
let's go back up one. Well, okay, here you go. Right, better understanding what residents think of services, what they expect. They think we are heading in the right directions. Right, and here are kind of, there are many ways to use results. There's also the 1%, take it with a grain of salt. All right, Kathy, if we go to the next slide. So for a month, and then, yeah, here are the channels, right? It was the web link through the newsletter. There were emailed invitations to boards and commissioners. Social media, also boosted social media. There's a banner, there was the red banner on the city homepage. And it also went as a press release. Being down a local paper. I feel like we're gonna feel that in different ways. We have in the past bought advertising in local paper.
But don't you think that
You
people
are.
that were accustomed to getting the paper, they're gonna pay to get the spotlight because. Also, did we really lose anything or did we just shift the audience to a different novelty?
It's hard to tell, and as we'll see, we asked about what channels people use most. We're such a social media heavy community that for better or for worse. But that's what we've got. All right, Kathy. Go ahead. So we asked folks to self-identify, right? The age distribution was surprising to me. Just that it is so, there is a pretty even distribution here. Of course, there's work to do, particularly with young people who are literally the future.
They don't like surveys.
No, and it's a long one too. thank you for making it through. We also asked a little bit more about people. If we go to the next slide. How many years have lived in St. Helens?
It's about right.
Yep. Right? Yeah, so we can see the distribution. And then one more. Just highlight. This one, the respondents in our survey. We've got this huge chunk who do work here in Columbia County or work from home here. We hear a lot and it matters for all of the policy that you all make, right? The commuting rate has always been something that we've looked at and really kind of bemoaned the commuting rate. The respondents here were more likely to be in town, which was interesting. Also, it's funny thinking about that, you know, over half of the folks that have lived here for 20+ years, not all of them are retired. Right? Sometimes those can be thought of together. Oh, longtime resident, you've been here your whole life and many generations. No, we've got a lot of folks who've been here for a long time across demographics, across age groups and across employment. So. There we go. And now we'll get into some of the meat, right? The first sections talk about core services. This is how satisfied are you with water, sewer, value of utilities, right? And that's, I put together the positive and neutral rankings. Feel like it is active dissatisfaction is an opportunity to pay attention, right? Most residents that I talk to anyway, meh is the prevailing sentiment. Do a good job, turn on the tap, clean water comes out. Am I satisfied or dissatisfied? No. Oh, what are they doing with the schools? I'm like, different jurisdictions. So there's a lot of opportunity to do good education around what the city does and what the city does not do. We did find that our respondents, these were about, the volume is about half the response volume. We're seeing a smaller response volume in this cycle. And they tend to be less satisfied than they have been in past cycles.
I think that's amazing. Because now, yeah, it's amazing. Now we have a greater opportunity to improve right now. Like that to me is like, at least if we're being honest. And so that I'm action oriented. I think that's fantastic now that we have an opportunity to improve things.
Yeah.
Benchmarks, goals.
I think that most of the people, you know, just my opinion, but I feel like most of the people that respond to these things are people that are upset, and this is their way of trying to communicate that they want change. So we're really not hearing a lot of positive feedback in these, in my opinion.
Yep. Counselor Sundin. You with us? I'm just checking in. Any questions as we get in, going through demographics and such?
Nothing so far.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Here we go, Kathy. If we can go to the next slide. I will do full page printouts for anyone. I've also pulled out all of the comments because I know that elected leaders like to read all of the comments. Sometimes, you know, so I've got them, but you're gonna see like there is not a place where you have surpassed the 21s. And it was really interesting. It was very interesting to me. Just to look at this, there was a bit of growth over 20 to that 21-22 survey, and now everything is kind of pulled back. So yes, the volume, yes, people's motivation for taking the survey, and it does create amazing opportunities for improvement and demonstrating that. Does anything stand out to you on this slide? Got one that I like to point to. Anybody else? I just want to go ahead, though there has been a dip, this quality of customer service. It's really, really. Most folks who come to the desk or have interactions with staff are going away feeling good and positive about those interactions, even if the outcome isn't always positive. Right. All right, and then Kathy, if we want to go ahead a slide, we went through, of course, by some of our most visible departments. Public safety has consistently scored very highly. We did not ask, during the pandemic, we were not asking about events. So you'll see the little gap up there. But public safety has been one of the program areas that where folks are reporting a really high level of satisfaction. Which is surprising to me because folks generally don't see law enforcement on their best day. Right? If you can still be satisfied with that interaction.
That maybe they're not the ones taking the survey either, though.
You
What'd
may-
you say?
I said, I'm guessing maybe they're not the ones taking the survey either.
No, probably not.
Yeah. Yeah. No negative feelings about the quality of police services. That's pretty amazing. That's great. Right on. And if we want to go to the next one. St. Helens Public Library. Here's a place where we saw a lot of gains. And we can speculate all day on reasons for that, right? And the folks who've been reaching, but also you talk about the number of library users. And coming back out of the pandemic, I know that their traffic has been very, very strong, that they're seeing a lot of folks and engaging with even more people than pre-pandemic. Facilities, yeah, and there are some gains here, right? We've got a lot of users of computers and printers in there, so that's an important one. The overall ranking is very high. Yeah, and that's the hours of operation. There was curbside in there, so just try to reflect that. And these are, so here we've got Parks and Trails, right? And this was of great interest to the Parks and Trails Commission. Thinking about communication, about how we make folks aware of parks, of activities going on there, of like the ability to rent a gazebo, that type of thing. But we really got some really high marks around the landscaping and the condition and maintenance of public spaces. Overall rating of Parks and Trails were really high. Oh, Parks and Trails. I was interested to see the increase in use. Right? This time around, we've got a lot of really high volume park and trail users. Know if we got better at being outside or if we have a lot of users who are excited to respond to this large survey. But yeah, I just found this one really interesting, and that those really high volume park users were responding and giving high marks for condition and maintenance. All right, and we can go to the next one. Recreation programs, right? And here we've got a smaller volume of users in some instances, but then you also think about, 200 kiddos participating in basketball, like it touches different segments of our community. So to see that, folks are really finding the value here. Customer service, again, is a place where this organization does a really good job. I know the enrollment and registration's been automated, so for better or for worse. But yeah, it was just interesting to see their response from respondents around recreation activities. So here, there's a lot on this slide and we're gonna stay here for a while and we will open this for conversation. Seen some, some losses, decreases in satisfaction. Some of this is respondents, who's taking it and when, and that smaller number. But there are some amazing things that you want to continue to grow, thinking about opportunities here. That the staff responsiveness, these opportunities to participate in government. We were just talking about boards and commissions and how you support those boards and commissions. That's one of the best ways to participate in government. And I do get people asking me like, how do I, like, what's a good role? What's a challenging fit? I don't want to be a counselor, but I'd like to be more involved. It's like, all right, well, check out a board or commission and see where your interest might fit. The economic development area, right? Promoting the economic health, preserve high quality of life, like these are the places where your respondents are less satisfied. This is also a huge area of opportunity for this afternoon, right? Let's set goals that address, and you can really speak directly to a lot of these items. Does anything stand out? Places for focus, places for further discussion for you all?
Well, I think I'll chime in, the opportunities to participate in government, that came up a lot for me recently in dialogues over the last 6 months where citizens feel like they wanted to. We've seen new individuals come out for a couple of the committees, which is great. People that have never volunteered. You get the same ones sometimes, always volunteering. But also, I think it's how we project as a council as well, because and how we govern the bodies. And the reason why I say that is that a lot of people express to me personally that there was a lot of toxicity. We do have some members within our community that generally I would render unpleasant in a lot of cases.
Sure.
And so that really detours a lot of people if they're going to be called stupid or liars or whatever the case is. And it's problematic to get people to want to participate. And I think that that's up to us to drive the positivity and to, not tolerate in our abilities that type of behavior, because it is a massive deterrent. And I think that it's not acceptable in society. And I think we need to get away from it as much as possible as leaders.
I think that speaks to the same thing with the businesses. A lot of businesses feel that same way of feeling like they can't speak up or get involved because of that same mentality.
Right.
But I think it's up to us to set the stage on what we're expecting. Or, we can't control citizens, but to show that support and that solidarity with missions and getting people to want to participate, that it's going to be a safe place for them, that there's no stupid questions, right? And that's one of the things I personally had vowed to make a better effort for, and I'm excited to see more people now applying, and I think more people are going to be more comfortable to speak up, and the S's and the I's and the C's, right? Is that they'll have a place of value.
Thank you. Things, observations, Counselor Slendian, observations?
I guess just looking and reflecting here, but I don't know, I keep coming back to the idea of, like I said earlier, one of the reasons I got involved, if you don't like the way things are going, get involved, do something about it. I just look at this council is open and responsive. Well, I think of how many emails or phone calls I get on a regular basis, which is very few. Which I do strive to be open and responsive to everybody that reaches out to me. And I just think back to all the times on Facebook where you'll get a Facebook post where hundreds of people are commenting and they're all fired up, and then you have a council meeting that night and nobody shows up. So just come back to that idea of getting involved. And if we can create ways for people to get involved and be a part of the process, and help them to feel comfortable. And I think that would be a great thing to get more people, more voices, more opinions. I think we really do need that.
I feel like the town hall aspect that I think many of us have said that might be another engaging, because it's very hard as a citizen to take your time and effort and come down here and give public testimony for 3 minutes that generally just feels like a waste of time for many people, right? And I think the town hall will better allow for two-way dialogue and for them to feel more involved.
And to squash misinformation.
Correct.
Really hard to do, because if, you're trying to do it on social media or every phone call or something, and it's a good way to just like correct information and open dialogue and show off all the stuff we're doing.
And it's not just for the citizens, it's for department heads too, that they could speak up if they're being, if there's misinformation out there, that then they can have a chance to rehabilitate. And I just think it's valuable. And to me, that plays into the whole overall, like there's a decrease in the overall direction of the city. And while that itself seems a bit ambiguous to me, I mean, besides of our subcategories here, I mean, it's just that obviously that even though we're talking about 1% subset of the population, can't ignore that.
We have a good moderator like.
Town halls. Town halls are fun.
I think we should just get the flags like for football and be like, there's a yellow flag, a red flag, you know what I mean? We do that on the job sites, like walk into an office and throw a red flag. Jessica can have the whistle.
We'll take that one. We're gonna have a conversation about that later. I like that. And Kathy here, let's go, if we can go through the next slide and to so I feel like we talked about this, opportunities to participate, managing and planning for growth and listening to residents. And here, if we go to the next one, this is a word cloud. What do you see as the greatest challenge facing our city? Right? Right? Anything else?
Growing pains.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Employment.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, word clouds only work so well. But it was really just kind of it was kind of completing some of those thoughts in the last slide. Right? Development. Yeah, and here we go. How often do you use different sources, following sources of, and this is when you look for city information. Right? And it's pretty good if people are going to our social media channel and then the city website, right? Most folks, I hope that they will then go to the city's social media channel. Versus I get my information from social media.
I'm a website person.
Yes, yes, yeah, and that's, we've always been advised to lean on the website, right? Put as much information up there as possible. And for you all to use that as a tool when you.
See something, but tag the link to the website.
Yeah, well, and to be able to respond to constituents, like, here, no, please see the water quality report. so to speak.
Here's where it's at on the website. Here's how you can find it.
Yep. Absolutely, ask a department, certainly. But, and the newsletters do well, right? This is, I'm sorry, I got cut off. The waterfront redevelopment newsletter and the Strand. Our communications team works really hard to get good information out. And it's nice to see that folks are using it, and nice to see that folks came through the newsletters to complete the survey as well.
It's interesting to see word of mouth up there, because in my line of work, working in rural communities, we look at where do leads and information come from. Word of mouth is the number one source in rural communities. So that's why reputation and getting correct information out there is so important.
Yep, and I think I got one more, yeah. So this is one piece of the environmental scan. But think about this for the afternoon sessions, right? Where are the opportunities? Right, we have commitment to transparency and accountability at this level and certainly throughout staff's ways of being and operating. But yeah, we're gonna have to focus on strategies to best serve the needs. We would like to be all things to all people, but that is not a reality or probably a great strategy. You've got limited bandwidth, you've got limited calories, as you say. How do you focus? And this is also a great opportunity to build support and partnership. Right? Partnerships are game changers, and you've got a lot of folks in this community that want the city to thrive.
Yeah, I think
Use it.
it probably falls under there, but commitment, transparency, and accountability. I think communication, usually failure to communicate is where everything goes awry. And I
Right.
think that there's a significant opportunity for better and more clear, precise communication for people.
Any observations, reactions, Counselor Sundin or anyone else? Okay, I wanted to give you all a preview, full report pending, and then I've also downloaded all of the data and all of the comments for your enjoyment.
Wait,
Yeah.
do a survey on a construction site.
It seems like the timing of the survey may, you know, with what's going on in the community right now, have some external factors that kind of push on that.
Yeah, there's always gonna be that, the environmental conditions and just the need, it always highlights the need to do better education about what the city does. Versus there are comments about fire and rescue, there are comments about the school district, there are comments about the damn city courthouse, so folks don't understand and it's just like, okay.
Maybe we on our website should have a fact, and those type of questions that's there, and we can direct people back there, right? So it's the
That's a good-
commonly asked questions, and there's that we don't have control of the school district.
Right. And it's good, it's a good opportunity for education. It's like, this is what your city utility is, any of that, so. Well, thank you. We are going to welcome staff.
Yeah, we're in.
They sent me in to see if I could come in, but I didn't tell them they could now. Like, well, you guys should have.
I love it.
Kathy.
They're like,
Kathy,
"Turns
could we
are
put the
tricky
disc
on
map
Monday."
up real quick?
That's so funny.
Push you out.
I love
Good
that.
afternoon.
Afternoon.
Are we allowed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys have.
It's not updated though with ours on there,
It's
right?
not,
Yeah.
it's not yet.
Let's go.
By you.
Okay.
Gotta watch too.
Hey, I seen your personality type, okay?
Yeah, I just put them up, everyone.
I was surprised too.
Mohammed, now that was a, we already.
I'm
You're really close to the influence line,
I am in the middle.
Mohammed,
To be,
I'm with you, probably right next to you.
Yeah, I think I'm on the other side, but close to the D side, that's where I'm at.
that's great, yeah, so you guys got the inside scope. Huh?
Yeah.
Oops, we're exposed.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
I'm in first.
Oh, you could sit here, Mohammed, I didn't come sit at the table.
Of course, I know everyone's.
We would love to, we just don't know
Hiding.
what's the.
Yeah, that's right. Hiding in plain sight, right?
Completely biased.
Couple spots up here.
That's right, John, no one wants to come. Oh, I got Gloria, Mohammed, okay.
Positioning manner.
Everybody sitting here, John?
That's a weird.
There's closer to.
I think our personality. And it depends on what you do too.
More inclusive when we all sit at the same table.
Yes, I like it. Donald Trump's trying to cut all the DEI stuff anyways.
Can't all be Gloria.
Ruin that word.
Right?
I feel like if Gloria lived in that area, I might be a little older. Cause I feel like, you know, like for her job, that she's gotta kind of be in that area. Yeah, there was a lot. I kept scrolling. I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much information here. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Not really, Jose. I think there's some stuff
Goes that way, doesn't it?
Bring my own, just in case. I have an extra one.
Scantron.
We can always look in.
I've got those.
Give me the answer was yes.
You can keep it cheap. You earned it.
Did you have those? You could worry about if I aged you too much today?
No, I was just wondering if they still use those. I wouldn't think they would.
Which ones? The
Scantron.
Scantrons. Hated this.
So
But you have aged
25% chance.
a little bit, like some people today, yeah.
I know, I'm sorry, Jen.
Right.
Mark called me out for it. I was like, thanks, Mark.
What? I said Scantron and then you.
Well, the social media thing.
Versus email.
Oh, all right.
I know it's funny because you were like, let's put something on the website, and in my head, I'm thinking like, let's make a video. Just a different iterations, you know, like we need a video.
Good job, too.
See the initials.
I can see the rails.
Not up there yet.
Why I'm by myself?
Yeah, she didn't.
Yeah,
You're not though.
Yeah.
Russ and I are right next to you. so-
Okay, okay. Where is it?
And if you guys, if you don't mind, council, sharing your type, just so that staff knows who's coming into their quadrant.
I haven't seen where exactly they are in the spectrum of it.
That's true.
You can put me right up next to Mohammed right there on the strong D, right there, right next to him.
Yeah, and Councilor Gunderson?
Yes, eyes. More S than I. See,
You're S.
S.
Councilor Hubbard?
I'm a hard D, really trying to work on my Cs and Is.
Hey, Councilor Sundin?
I am an S.
Councilor Chilton?
I'm an ID.
Great. So more folks in the mix and maintaining a really good balance as we go along. But staff rely on your strengths up here at the dais and the things you know about the types. Have everyone? I think we do. Is everyone all right if we come to order here a couple minutes early? Thank you all for being so prompt. Very timely stuff too. All right, so for the afternoon, we're gonna do a couple of activities. You may all groan, no. The first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna break into groups of about 4. I would like you to write a blurb, 1 sentence or 2 sentences, where the city will be in 2 years. We're then gonna come back together and share that out. After that, we're gonna do a strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat exercise and set some achievable goals to realize that 2-year vision. So let's do it. Let us, and Counselor Sundin, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to work independently. Like you to create a blurb. But here we go. We're gonna go groups of 4. And
Count off.
how many, let me math it real quick. How many is that gonna be? Can't just do, well, we could just do 4 groups. How about we do 5? Cut off by 5, starting here.
2, 3, 4,
5,
Ethan?
1.
2. 3. 4.
6, exit 1.
3, 4. And 1. All right, let's just go to various places and corners of the room. Let's have our 1s up here at the dais. 2s can be on that side. We'll have 3s in this corner, a 4 and a 5. And here, 2 sentences. Where will the city be in 2 years?
years, 20 years.
2 years.
3,
Right? I haven't met you.
3, 3, 3, 3. Only 3?
Years.
2 years, where are we gonna be? Sentences. What's the headline? What is the wonderful, or it's a Facebook blurb, BC?
Yeah.
2 years. Where are we gonna be? Where are we gonna be? Take about 7 to 10 minutes.
Even private though.
Really does.
Digress.
That's
Where are we gonna be? 2 years, guys. Tell me more.
Could it be to what we aspire in the next 2 years?
Projects completed.
At the tail end of wrapping up the sewer.
It is menopause.
Paper mill.
Yeah, so how about
The middle or financial,
industrial area?
financial stress is gonna be a lot of it too.
Yeah, the industrial part. Is located a place for a new reservoir and will
Aged and advancing, occupied in 2 years.
Love that.
and advanced Allen reservoir.
Waterfront. That's right. Oh, yeah, they're.
You and I are like on the same waterfront done and then also the people.
Yes. Mhm.
And have some.
Construction related, so that's where my brain goes.
I'm looking around the room, it's like each group is very different.
Yeah.
As far as perspectives of where the
DJ.
city's going.
Maybe something in there.
Years.
A long one,
Starts to be in different.
long time.
Yeah. In 2 years.
Oh, now you're doing it. Waterfront development.
My world, we
Financial, but
don't make a project then.
sewer.
But we don't have the labor force to get it done as quick as
Nasty one.
Recent or and
Structure.
Infrastructure
Upgrades.
upgrades.
we should,
Sanitary sewer.
in 2 years, we should wrapping that up because
Longer in.
we going out to bid for that at the end of this year.
Will be complete. We somehow have to.
Your plans.
Construction to me is like really.
That's a long sentence.
I feel like it's not.
You have a big vision.
4 million more gallons of water capacity.
Just the stability. I think there's value on the staff.
Because of the chaos that's ensued in this room. 2 years, council is operating stretched like that, we will maintain a machine.
On the 3-minute.
Maybe machines are wrong.
Wow.
But there's cohesiveness in this room that
Project focused here.
enhances
Yeah.
all the other efforts, including infrastructure.
Some of the more intangibles about culture.
I just think that's an important, because that's really, as staff,
Right, we need that direction.
I mean, that's the goal. So I
Yeah.
feel like they're right now, like can't speak before, but I feel very strong.
Having less formal. Yeah, there's prosperous cohesiveness and we can work. However.
Okay.
Very scribing. She's got the good penmanship. I'm sure.
No, I don't today.
That looks pretty good.
We're back to the two lines.
Two sentences.
Two cents.
Solidarity,
I
unity.
think for engineering staff, a good transition with Bashar will be here for long enough where he could take on a lot more.
Yeah, and advancement of critical and community important infrastructure projects.
Actually, balance.
Did you get that whole thing?
No.
I'll forget it right away.
You're talking that out loud, that
Solidarity and
made me think of speech and.
Sure.
By that time, that person in our office.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think.
We should be kind of,
That capture it.
kind of thing.
They'll be like on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that does take time and yeah, a couple of years.
yeah, it'll take a couple, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't know that.
So my joke is another council day, it's time for Old Yeller to come out again. It's just
Yeah.
I
like the human piece,
the fighting and the yelling.
Lack of direction, lack of
We have the.
decisions.
Yeah.
There's so
Yeah, good.
much indecision.
Okay, so we need more decisive decision making. So that should be part of that cohesive.
There's a be
Decisive decision making.
some sitting stuff that were installed. I don't know how we would put that in, like with the right of way out here.
It was so good. Do you remember that?
All night. Riley was.
Oh, yeah.
I know how to talk.
I had to be cool. I had no idea the drum.
Next
We're going to take about 2 more minutes and crystallize if you can get to one sentence or two.
Hopefully
Okay, so very cohesiveness between council and staff, decisive decision.
It's
In that one.
This is, yeah.
Run on something.
It's advanced.
Want to take a stab
These goals.
Oh, man, we lost it. No,
Yeah, it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good.
Like that.
Yeah, right.
About infrastructure and public.
I think the big thing is 2 years to see like.
We should.
Service to the community.
Yeah.
You just started. Supposed to be helping us eat
Trying.
Rest of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's part of public improvement.
it was about the stability of the council and that
First, yes, no. The further I get yes to the
stability is revealing itself in the advancement of,
first few years would have been a heartbeat.
no, not as good. That balanced workload,
If you say it out loud, I'm sure it's just gonna be like.
about adding a lot of more, adding bodies. Trying to think bigger than just engineering and development.
well, let's get the other one, we'll go back.
So we had the 2 thoughts was the
So it's added, it's more work, but
sanitary sewer,
I think like reaching out to the infrastructure community and
so maybe that'll be to get there. We've
we're doing that. We're partnering with the high school for
Solidarity.
national engineering
solidarity, cohesiveness.
in February. We'll see a week with them, we should do a day. Do like a couple
So the, something about
and all it.
council staff. Together.
Sure, and also we're gonna do it. It's great experience.
And advancement.
I wanna, yeah.
It's an attitude assessment, sort of, and then it's the.
Younger, they could really-
After whole-
Yeah, I think it'll be really, and the kids will relate to
I like
it,
that. I like that.
especially Nolan, because he's really so much closer.
Collaboration.
Something just a little bit different, so.
We got a winner. We're crushing it. 2 years, huh?
So deeper.
Really outstanding.
Yeah, high school right now, but that is elementary school.
That's what's happening.
Project, city.
And it's happening.
Maybe even stuff in the county to improve our relations with them, seeing how they need it so much.
I talked with. Easy, kind of like, it's like. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the rest of this.
When it's gonna be heavy.
Finally, or-
Fighting.
Yeah, some of us already. have the-
Yeah, I'm gonna, right now, they're all gonna share.
Maybe we could do something like that they know us
Really on a lot of me.
staff better here. So that we feel more comfortable that there is an issue. Dirty. Instead of sending a cease and desist letter, staff that they can just come.
Collaboration. Mission critical.
I think you nailed it.
Okay, right.
It should feel that way.
So good.
It seems like we're right here and then.
Do that off of their own.
It's not needed.
Separate to J. It's gonna suck you in anyway, so it's like.
You can stay where you are. And let's bring it back together. And let's hear the fabulous things that will be happening in 2 years in beautiful St. Helens, Oregon. Let's start, John, you guys want to start? Could you start?
Start with number 2.
Yep.
This is gonna be a terrific run-on sentence here.
Okay, good.
And from a engineering and building perspective too.
Fantastic.
Try to more of a community lens. So in 2 years, we will be underway with the private sector and development in the waterfront. Our stabilized revenues in the general fund will back to our reserve goals due to the sale of the industrial property. There are key projects such as the sewer capacity basin 4 and 6 are going to be complete, as well as the new 4-gallon reservoir. We're going to have a balanced workload. We're going to do more, have better community collaboration, and we're going to work with our community partners like the school and the county and others to be more effective and efficient.
Awesome. Extra credit for project.
No extra credit. That's all my projects. Come on. That's everything we're doing.
All right, well, and hang on. Here you go, 2 years. Where are we at, gang?
2 years. Okay, so we're looking at, from leadership standpoint, we're also looking at council member goals that were established, 5 years prior. And hitting those areas such as livability, for example. We're looking at infrastructure equipment. And that goes on several places, right? There's the physical infrastructure and there is the community infrastructure. Leveraging our great programs between the library, recreation, and more reach out with the community. And then we from Public Works, we support these infrastructure efforts by building the livability and the accessibility to all these programs, facilities, and maintaining everything we have at the city. So our great leadership team can provide those services for us.
I think the other part is community development with partnering with other organizations and just strengthening our partnerships there so that we can decrease our workload as well as we help sprinkle in wherever we.
Wonderful. Counselor Sundin, what is your headline? Where will we be in 2 years?
So I don't have a very good blurb here, but lots of little chicken scratch. We'll see if it makes sense, but here's my hope. So I hope in 2 years, we're going to be experiencing a greater level of community involvement. There's going to be increased stability with not only the council, but with staff, that the staff will feel valued and morale will be increased. That the city will be celebrating the completion of phase 1 of our Riverwalk, and that we'll be beginning phase 2. We'll be celebrating a flourishing paper mill, a new police station. I anticipate we're still going to be working through challenges like infrastructure, sewer, reservoir, and that we'll also be anticipating redevelopment to begin on the waterfront.
Fantastic. Busy. Okay, let's go to this group over here. Back in the corner.
5.
Yes.
Yes, first one, we had a return of more trust in local government from the community.
think that's something that we need to work on first before we reach all of our goals. Second one, more stabilization and staffing and funding. We need to do that, fill these positions that we've been talking about for so long, really before we can implement the bigger strategic goals. And then slow, stable, and smart growth while meeting infrastructure needs. So, I'm an S, you can tell.
So we will be economically stable. The waterfront will be done with new developments on the horizon, fully staffed all around, infrastructure moving along, more unity between the departments, while becoming more transparent and growing opportunities for locals to live here and work here, and have stability with tours.
Sweet. Number one up there.
We followed the rules, trying to keep 2 sentences.
The headline.
That was the instruction. So solidarity and cohesiveness between the council and the staff with decisive decision-making is evident. And then also collaboration and advancement of mission-critical projects and staff and citywide morale is greatly improved.
Miracle too. Good job back there. That was great. So we've got a lot of common themes. Shall we go to the big board with the common themes?
You wanna help?
I would love to, Rachel.
Would you?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you're so much more legible than I am.
But don't judge me if I misspell something.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I had to write down how to spell strength for the
Yeah,
next.
this
But I feel like every group we talked about staff. Right? Is this, what was your example here?
Balance workload and
We had well-supported staff back there. How do we sum this up? What's the staff theme? How does that read? Is this well-supported staff? Is it morale,
Employee wellness.
how about employee wellness and morale? Does that feel good to everybody?
Full capacity of full-time employees.
That's what we said, or I think John kind of said this in his too, it's just like that workload, balancing that workload. If we're balancing it to what someone can handle, then we're probably adding staff realistically, so.
Okay, well, okay, how about, can we go supported staff, balanced workload? Does that feel good?
I think morale needs to be in there.
Let's have morale be a,
Life balance.
yeah, and let's have morale be a separate, that gets its own bullet.
Should.
Yeah.
Okay, see, I'm already
You're
misspelling
doing
things.
great. You're fine. You're doing great. I'm sure you're being out there right.
Okay, we have morale. What was the other thing? Balance workload.
Yeah.
And it's especially challenging for elected.
Right.
I like personally the one that you guys came up with, building trust and respect, leadership, council, staff. That's gonna be a very important relationship that we need to work on. It goes a long way of supporting the morale. With it all.
Can we do some sort of like council, staff, trust? Is that? Yeah, let's start there. Council, staff, trust. Maybe slash team, like actual team.
Team building.
Trust and team building.
We all want the same goal, right?
I think some of that low hanging fruit that we all said is, economic stability,
Yep.
getting the waterfront done, getting progress made in infrastructure.
Yeah.
I think it goes further. Effective communication is also a viable component there, right? So being able to communicate with each other effectively doesn't mean we always have to agree, but if we're all pushing in the same direction, work parties together and listen to each other and be respectful.
Do some effective communication up there, and this is a good bridge to the internal external bridge, because I heard a lot about partnerships. And then there's a whole area of economic development and moving projects
forward and or to completion. So what did I just say? Partnerships, right? Partnerships and collaboration. I feel like we heard a lot about community collaboration, a lot about partnership.
What did you say the word of the year was gonna be?
Once.
You just said it.
Transparency.
Yeah, I like that. And that's up there with the communication, right? It's transparency, sharing more. All right, what were some of the economic development points? We heard lots of them. Everyone had them. It was project follow through, right? You guys had your list of projects, but
Completion.
project,
Critical projects, getting them completed.
project completion.
Yeah, there's just several in the hopper, so it's easy to, these were just to say mission critical.
Other projects here? You guys had specific projects on the list, but what was some of the other language around economic development? Yeah, I think just waterfront. Did anyone not talk about the waterfront? For like 5, you might not have talked about the waterfront. Okay. Everyone else said waterfront? Okay. Just checking. More on the economic development vision. You had a very lyrical. Read it yours again?
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
It was really good. Poetry.
But it did not get specific. It did not get project specific.
That's okay. So your compatriots over here did that.
Yeah. So we were more broad, the whole mission critical thing, advancing mission critical projects.
Okay. You feel like your themes have been captured?
I think so. I wouldn't say so.
I mean, there's independent projects, the waterfronts up there, but we don't have the police station, so that's why when we started talking about, we talked about the sewer upgrades and those mission critical things. We had it all inclusive on project completion.
You did. Good job. Good job.
Not sure how it, I don't know if it specifically works here, but community engagement, community support, community involvement in infrastructure going forward or continuing.
Maybe that's where the collaboration comes in.
Yeah, maybe that's.
Yeah.
Tips.
Yeah, maybe that's where.
Engagement, your engagement with it.
Well, let's put engagement up there because that applies everywhere. That's staff to council, that's council with community, that's good communication, that's accountability, that's also meeting needs, right? That's sewer lines and reservoir projects, like that's it's about meeting community needs.
This fiscal sustainability has been theme. Then, throughout the last couple budgets, we've been saying, red flag, look out, we can't stay on this path, right? Especially in the general fund. Need to get that realigned, and the industrial park sale will help us a lot in that way. But not done yet.
Yeah.
Opportunities for revenue.
And getting properties back on the tax rolls and employment.
Okay, what else did you guys have that's not, the themes aren't captured up there? I want to get all like the themes captured, and then we're gonna go into specific opportunities and specific challenges. So are there other items, John, that you guys have that are kind of themes that need to be represented? Okay. Back there, you all, whatever numbers you were. Your statement, do you feel like your themes are represented up there? You had us.
Employee wellness.
Employee wellness, let's get that up there.
The only thing we didn't mention that's on here is stability program.
Ah.
There, yeah.
And it's constant, so we're constantly focusing on trying to stabilize that, and it's taking away time from other things that need attention.
Okay, yeah, stability with tourism.
Would proactive planning apply up there for like, let's say, planning for staff, right? Like having a 5, a 10, whatever, a plan. So what does it look like with our population? What do we need? What are we looking for? How to appropriately allocate funds, get there.
Sure, like forecasting, I like proactive planning because that gets it all. We can get you a new sheet too, Sean. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
Smaller. and
Doing so
smaller.
good.
I know, I know.
I'm gonna have blue all over. Okay, I tell the kids to go out of their comfort zone sometimes. So here we are, I'll show them this video.
Counselor Sundin, do you feel like your themes are represented up here? I know you cannot read it very well.
Yeah, no, I think from everything I've heard, it looks good.
On there. I don't think that's quite. But like building back trust.
You guys open with trust. That's important. And that's a challenge too, because we don't control all of the factors there, as we have seen very recently.
I think with that though, effective communication kind of goes with.
You guys feel good about this? We feel like all of the themes are represented, what we want the city to look like in 2 years.
We're all with an E at the end. Now I'm gonna start.
Now you're reading.
Person.
Don't say it.
I know. Come on, Sharon, come up here.
Right.
Right? Yeah. I'm an I, okay.
Is there anywhere else where we would like to say more?
I don't think the financial stability of the cities on there, like. Actually see it.
Fiscal
Yeah, up top, yeah, fiscal sustainability.
I mean, it's not at the top. It should be on there.
Yeah, oh, fiscal sustainability is like top of the list there. We have fiscal sustainability,
Oh, okay.
tourism sustainability.
I didn't really small.
Yeah.
It's like the eye doctor.
It's hard to get down there and right down there.
Very important.
Yeah. So balanced workload. Oh, we did not get your proactive planning. Oh, you did.
I did.
Just kidding. It's just small. It's so we got council and staff trust, also community trust. That's the big thing of trust. Team building, proactive planning. We've got effective communication, partnerships and community collaborations, meeting needs, project completion, the waterfront, lots of waterfront will be coming up here. Engagement and employee wellness.
I got one more thing. You can add safe and injury-free workplace. And there you go.
Yeah, with this employee wellness, safe workplace.
Yes.
Thank
That
you.
also goes with morale and everything else. I love that.
Yeah.
Lucia loves that. too.
Yeah, everybody loves.
I'm being pretty quiet.
Okay, any other kind of themes? Vision for 2-year items? That's a lot, you guys, that's a lot, so. Good job, good job. So how are we gonna do this, right? Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Shauna. All right, you may move about the room. If anyone needs some water or anything like that. We're gonna get into a SWOT activity. We are going to outline our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I will do the writing. I am way less legible.
Less than a year old.
That's all right.
It's always a problem.
Yeah.
Need to get up. These chairs are pretty comfortable.
Yeah, you're fine if you don't want to.
I'll take the chair any day, right?
Need to get up off this chair like this.
Yeah.
Nice. Good phone
Or
days.
maybe us.
Where's my pretty talker?
I'm already on my second one and it's still not.
You gotta
the
get
right
the,
one.
you gotta fish through the right
Yeah.
chairs.
I guess.
When we did our lumbar training, we got a chair that was. It was a chair that didn't make that person.
But we can still. She took.
No, same. And all those. Three, like three. Shades.
The shades of like, is it grays? Black and
It's like, there's a red and green, that saves it's darker.
Oh, okay.
My son, that's my son's like that.
What just looks
Yeah.
dark?
So I picked the darkest one and then I correlate it to, you know, the color down. the line. I just.
Okay, that makes sense.
We didn't want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
Good. Always say something, I never get offended.
Handicap.
I forgot about that. Gonna remember it now, next time I need to tease you about something.
Yeah.
Can't see the color.
Go to the handicap.
Yeah. Sure you were today.
Oh, just there to provide.
What do you?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah. Your son is going. Yeah. I didn't know. I went all the way through
Down the road.
high school.
It's that code, like,
I
right,
started
yeah.
to get my private pilot's license.
Weird.
I got a book.
You know.
Docs in it. And they keep turning the pages and you can see the number in the lots. Finally, I was about halfway through and it's like.
Wow.
I did the same class. I remember that book. Yeah.
Yeah. They go, well,
Terrible time to learn that.
no, it's a good time to learn it because they didn't give me a license because
Right.
you can't be colorblind.
Wow.
But they have colored lights on landing.
Yes, in the future.
Reds and the greens, yeah.
I can't
Or
believe
start
that
with-
you figured that out when you were younger.
Well, it's like, no, nobody.
I know.
I looked at something and it was like, okay, that's green, I guess, you know, but the brown sure look a lot like green.
You used to be like,
Nobody
you're a
said.
guy that bought a Ford truck.
Like, I used to do like a squat.
You know?
John's walking away.
I'm trying to see what it's.
I agree.
I didn't know, it was like, I want to make fresh coffee or, you know. Alright, well, and like, he knows this exercise pretty well.
Yeah, darts now.
Okay, guys, how many of you have participated in a SWOT analysis? Yes. SWOTs.
Look, I think, I'm not sure if it's the actual same thing or it's a similar thing.
Okay, they are used very widely and very commonly to drive improvement and set goals. We are going to start with so strengths and weaknesses tend to focus internally, where your opportunities and threats are an external focus. Threats, for example, like global pandemics that we have no control over. This is gonna be really free form, and I will try and make sure everyone's voice gets in here, including Counselor Sundin. We're just gonna brainstorm. We're gonna brainstorm internal strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. We will then find some wall space around here and let you move around and put dots on your priorities. You know, from where you sit, your lens, what are your priorities in these two areas? And from that, we will develop some priorities and strategies moving forward. Let's do it. Let's spend some time. Strengths. And I'm not terribly legible. I will say that now. I will try. Strengths. Give me a strength. You vote. Give me a strength.
Of the city or?
Yeah,
department?
of the city.
I think talented staff.
Yes.
Talented staff, do we want dedicated? Dedicated staff? Staff,
Because you cannot be talented but still be dedicated, so it makes their
true that.
parts them out.
Dedicated staff.
It's dangerous.
Knowledgeable staff, they're also very knowledgeable.
I say we team collaboration. So from experience, we really, when we get our team together, we can move and shake things here around the city, whether it's police, public works, library, we all work together, finance. And then we get things done. Collaborate. We cannot do it without support of other team members. So it's
Other strengths.
I think that we have a really broad offering of what the city offers.
Service offering. Strengths.
Economic and recreational assets, meaning a great supply of industrial land and a waterfront that a lot of cities would envy.
Economic, I'm gonna break this up. Economic assets, can I do industrial lands?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then recreational assets. You talked about the location, right, around the river, does that cover it? Recreation program, talk to me about strengths over there too. Location. Is everyone okay with this? I'm gonna go location, programming, and amenities. For example, we see a lot of folks are using our parks and trails right now. That type of thing. We've got quite a lot of amenities. Others, strengths.
And Helens has a very strong sense of place when you're in Helens, you're nowhere else really, and get into more metro regions where the cities start to touch each other. People know the whole region is St. Helens, right?
Salt. Other strengths.
Communications program.
Program, department, division. Okay. More.
Caring stuff.
What's up?
Caring. Most of us live here and we care about the community.
Staff adaptability. I don't know that the community would see it that way, but internally, when I see staff, working on a problem, I think they're adaptable to making. Not fit the black and white box.
we refer to that in project management as agile, right? We work with what we have.
Okay, more.
Along those same lines. I guess it's the talents and all that too, but a lot of people are able to wear different hats at once. Several projects at once and.
Diverse.
Yeah.
Multitask.
Fast hat wardrobe.
EI. Just kidding.
Many hats, kind of like flexible talent. Could give me some more on this, that many hats, many tasks.
Maybe a broad breadth of
Multi-talented.
knowledge. Broad breadth of knowledge. And that's how people can be agile.
There's one more, what was it?
Multi-talented.
Yes. I should have just started there. Thank you.
Somebody said interchangeable too.
One of our
Fashionable?
strengths is our equipment.
Yes.
Our tools.
I think one of our strengths is our industry, the possibility of industry we have in St. Helens. We have some of the most industry-ready lands in the county. That's a great opportunity.
Industry, I'm gonna say industry and readiness.
Pretty ready.
And willingness.
You want separate item, willingness?
Assets.
I guess it's all been covered.
Council Sundin. Strengths?
Trying to think of something that hasn't been mentioned. I don't know, just thinking community partnerships, whether it's the school district or the Chamber of Commerce or senior center, whatever it might be. We've got some great partners.
Great.
So I would say abundant infrastructure. And I say that with some caveats because we have some challenges, but we also have a lot of water right, a lot of treatment capacity. We have a lot of available lands, but barring those storage and conveyance, we have the ability to serve a wide range of industrial opportunities.
So much sewer. Yes. Okay, couple more strengths.
Because we're small, we're more efficient. Because everyone knows each other in the department. It's not like the city of Portland where they're in different parts of the city and you don't know who to talk to. I think that makes us more efficient. Yeah.
Interdepartmental.
What about regular engagement with legislators?
Yes. That is a strength.
That's a good one. The city has some really good connection with all the right legislators. We have secured multi-million dollars in funding grants throughout the years on projects because of leveraging contacts with legislators.
State and. I'm gonna go state and fed policymakers. Yep. Okay. Pretty tough, eh? Sorry, guys. All right, other strengths, let's go one more. We got one more up there. Can I do it myself? Up here with equipment, facilities. We've got, this was gonna show up in other places, but we've got some really strong facilities.
Yeah. We'll leave it ambiguous for now.
Yeah. I am. I totally, yes, we will leave it in, it's good, it could show up in all four places, right? We did one, it was, I think proximity to Portland showed up in all four areas, so it can be, lots of things can be strengths and weaknesses. And that's where we're going next. Up. These will move about the room. All right. Weaknesses.
Facilities.
Yeah. There you go.
Might as well.
Need a new city hall.
Power.
Power, yes.
Yes.
That's a city vision collaboration leadership county-wise
Okay,
has to be addressed. I think.
yeah, and remember this when we get to threats too, because it's internal and external, right?
It was a wonderful learning from Project Sprint. I think that should be a lesson learned.
Ever forget that endeavor. No. Weaknesses,
Funding for projects.
funding. Amount, flavor, all of that. Will be specific funding for projects. Okay.
I think staffing or resources that goes with obviously funding.
Yeah.
Staffing needs, police, et
Yeah,
cetera. So
okay.
that's always a challenge where we had to deal with loss.
Morale.
General fund challenges.
Trust with citizens.
I think that could also be trust within ourselves also,
And it's trust in general, right?
trust and respect. Yeah, talking to everything.
Generally.
Generally, I like to.
That's with citizens, generally. Other weaknesses? Yeah. Okay, internal, other weaknesses.
Active communication.
Maybe a lack of decisive decision making.
Lack of decisiveness, I'm sure I've misspelled that,
Generally, it looks good.
generally. All right, cool.
Using our strengths, you could put using all of our strengths. I don't think
Yeah.
we always use them all.
Okay. Weakness, using all strength. Using all strengths.
Utilizing.
Thanks. Internal.
Yeah, it's something that's not fully developed here, but it's Oregon as a state. and Our ability, our tax structure and inequities that are inherent there. And cities don't even have the opportunity to take control of their own destiny. Or as changing tax rates or
Being a city in Oregon.
Yeah,
the
having our own laws.
Maybe.
And more than that, what's happened in the past, over this past years with this decline of industry, we're shifting all of that rate burden to our constituents. And then before, our rates were relatively low and because it was subsidized so heavily by the industry. And bringing that industry back is an opportunity to stabilize rates, not put it all on the constituents.
Funding, I'm gonna put
That's
state policy funding.
word answer, sorry.
Regulation is another piece of that, right? Tax rate regulation. And lack of incentives, and we can keep going there. Counselor Sundin, a weakness.
One thing that popped into my head is just, which I think it affects everybody here, is misinformation. Just misinformation in general being spread. I think it affects morale. It affects all kinds of things.
Thank you. Anything else? We got space for one more. That's good. That one's always a bit of a downer. So we'll move on to opportunity. Color to be used. Let's go. Yeah, I kind of like an orange. This brown, let's see, or did we go? Okay. Ah, true neon. Woo. Nice. Opportunities.
Tips or continuing to grow.
They'll continue to grow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, opportunities. And these tend to kind of think externally, right? Opportunities to like win the lottery. Opportunities.
Just around the staff lens about being an employer of choice. If the organization's a place that people want to work, they want to come to, we treat them well. They need. By their peers.
One I like, John, you brought lately is supporting local economy, right? Can we do that through business partnership? Or creative support was then.
Others, let's think about this, economic opportunities, there are loads, opportunities. It's like more industry, I throw that one up there.
Improving public safety.
That's sort of chief.
And what was that on public safety?
Improving public safety, I think, by providing that safe location, because I know some of the issue we had with the old building, for example, where citizens can't come and, you know, the issues with the water. We've heard about it in the longest time, so that would be a big one.
Public safety facility, should I?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Job creation.
Yeah.
What about citizen engagement?
More water storage.
Wow, that's messy, holy moly. Let me just forget that. So messy.
How about grant funding?
Okay, yeah.
Well, and projects.
Improvement.
Yep, like it.
Thank you, Ethan. That's was something I was gonna mention. I think it's an area that gets overlooked a lot, technology improvement. Modernization of systems. Investment in efficient technology. That's always good.
Revenue stabilization.
How?
What about tourism?
You want me to just reflect tourism or do you have?
Well, I think it's like stabilizing on.
Okay, well, let's just put tourism, cause that's its own, that's a big can right there. But also if I could bring up, is this? Is it destination development?
Programs, is it?
Yeah, well, there's generally like, is it event or is
Well,
it
in
the
my mind-
destination?
In my mind, I am thinking improving on what we already have existing right now, right?
Okay.
So improving there, but the second component would obviously be able to safely and responsibly grow it so that we can capitalize on more opportunities, especially when the waterfront is done. Don't ask me to repeat that again.
Build,
Take a
improve.
stab.
I go build slash improve slash develop more opportunity. Counselor Sundin, an opportunity, please.
More support for small businesses.
About transportation and parking.
Woo!
EV station. That's the future, electrical vehicles.
I was
Shying
thinking
away
like
from
a
gasoline?
bridge, you know, or intersections that are terrible.
I was thinking of St. Helens as an island, we could be having a bus system that really doesn't function very well, and
Speaking of
they can't get here, they can't go anywhere.
transportation, I don't know if it would apply, but
Yeah.
like conversations on a ferry across with cost sharing with Washington and maybe capitalizing on DOT funds if they're not stripped.
Very, very conversation, exploration, just.
Yeah, just in general, is that a possibility? Because if there's a catastrophic failure, we don't know what kind of funding. I mean, we got bridges, we don't have a ferry.
We were gonna say zip line, but you said ferry, so. Let's take in the
Zip
zip
line,
line.
Sam,
Are there other opportunities related to the river that should be up here?
Part that would capture that, but it's more in general too, would be opportunity to reshape our economic identity right now.
Yeah.
Because we were so heavily focused on industry for so long. But we have all these opportunities as we result to attract different industries while maintaining industry, the industry itself.
Such as hotel investment, industrial, commercial building,
Yeah, can I put a little like attract new
new industry, yeah.
and
Diversify.
new sectors? I get that, like different sectors and different. Um. Opportunities,
How about education and cross training?
sure. You wanna be more specific or you like it?
Just, well, I can just speak for public works. I'd like to see a better educated workforce with certifications, things like that, that are more specific to water, sewer, and cross training. That's just in general with everybody. I would think everybody should be able to run about everything we got.
Yeah.
Keeping people local.
Keeping people local. That's cool.
Vision.
Always an opportunity.
Yep. With your down positions, it does force you to compete with other agencies and forces you to get your staff to be a part of that.
I think more opportunities for youth for like CTE and entrepreneurships or building them up to work for the police force or however. But keeping those opportunities local.
About emergency preparedness and response.
Yeah, yes. Preparedness. Hard for me to spell.
I think have meetings like this to discuss like priorities for the council and the staff so that everyone's kind of moving in the same direction and know what the priorities are.
Good, yeah, council staff convening, is that?
Team building.
Yeah, let's team building, I'll catch it all.
Strategizing.
Yeah. We feel good, is there anything else? Opportunities, we got tons of opportunities. Fantastic, it's how it should be. Tons of opportunities. Please one move. Here, President. That's right. Okay, what's our color of thread?
You have red yet?
Already have blue.
What is T?
Red.
You mind red?
No, I don't mind red.
Okay. Let's go red.
threats.
I'll throw one out, tenuousness of federal funding and therefore state pass through.
It's pretty timely.
Yeah.
Funding freezes.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna talk about the like federal uncertainty.
Funding, how about that?
Of federal dollars, tenuousness of federal funding. Is that, okay?
On the technology arena, I would say from our public works standpoint, our wastewater and water facilities, SCADA system, so I would say cybersecurities is a big one.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of areas that we have to continually investment, in the protection of all.
Can we put Salem, just leave it at Salem, cause we never know what's heading down the pipeline. That can affect us.
Always, yeah.
This information.
Yep.
A competition up on this one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lose talent.
Like to add to that, it's like staffing shortage.
I mean,
Into that as morale, in the market generally.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Counselor Chilton?
infrastructure capacity.
Okay, yeah.
Grow until we fix things.
Can't grow without going.
Pray to God that somebody's backyard doesn't flood next.
Institutional knowledge and information service, or
Succession.
succession.
Okay, let's do that, or maintaining institutional knowledge, like.
Yeah.
Okay. The threat is maintaining
Is losing institutional knowledge.
Let's do that.
Big threat is maintaining public safety, maintaining safety.
Yeah.
About Mother Nature.
Disaster recovery, business continuity.
Yeah, and how do we, so let's talk about this, right? Do you want to be specific on hazards, like Cascadia, for example? Or do we just make a bucket of natural disaster?
I think we should have as a city, a disaster recovery, business continuity plan in place to address major and smaller, such as security threats or.
Let's go hazards and disasters. And then the opportunity is the continuity plan, right?
I remember when I was at the state of Oregon, we worked at one plant for our agency in Salem, was a big one. So we've addressed every possible scenario except COVID-19. So by the time I left, that plan was done. We had all the great plans and then we left and COVID-19 hits and that was not addressed in the scenario. Nobody knew.
Can see that one coming.
It was a fun experience for the team there, but yeah, you just never know what comes your way.
Lack of power.
Lack of power, thank you.
One thing I'd like to add, Rachel, is aging infrastructure. So we were hit, obviously, you guys all experienced this problem when we had the pipe burst. The valves while we're doing construction. The
Yeah.
Infrastructure is pretty bad. You touch it, breaks, shutdowns. I mean, it's a pipe that's 100 years old.
Okay, cool. So the infrastructure capacity and aging, just lifespan.
Just lifespan, yeah. Reservoir is 100 years old. It has to be demolished and rebuilt. There is no way around it to keep patching dead horse.
And not having like future plans, whether they're like master plans or.
Okay.
Like future.
Lack of proactive planning.
Yeah, that's.
Well, and then funding, right? I mean, that's the biggest threat. Gotta have the money to fix all the problems.
I'm just gonna. Dollar sign up here, right? Counselor Sundin, threats?
I can't really think of any good ones that haven't been addressed. I think that's a pretty good list.
About a loss of value of community, whether it be like we're a heavily commuter population, social media and how culture is shifting.
Yeah.
With.
Lots of, well, or could I offer, like a decline in neighborliness?
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Is that a decent way to say it?
I'm thinking like a division too, you know, a division between departments, a division between, you know, citizens in the city and division, huge threat.
I was gonna ask, it'd be appropriate to put up there. I mean, we've had it somewhere else, but the lack of cohesiveness and collaboration between council and staff. Like, it seems like that's gonna derail any projects and many objectives if we don't have that in place.
Lack of staff council cohesion?
So it's like a shared vision kind of thing. or-
Council Harbor. Need a minute.
I'm doing a lot.
Yeah.
No, I think you've covered it all, pretty much.
Okay.
We have lack
I
of
said
morale
not
in there.
not that this is not that this is really in our wheelhouse, Rachel, but one thing I hear from a lot of people in the community that's a problem is lack and access to healthcare.
Yeah. Yep, thank you.
I think we have it on this one, but it's transportation on this one, because that's one I hear a lot too. I don't have like transportation on that.
Jessica.
Opportunity.
Well, it could be a weakness too, right? Is it a? No, let's get some transportation up there. And is it public transportation or is it transportation connections?
I would say a real lack of public transportation.
Yeah.
Always a threat.
It is. Drones also always a threat. No, I think Amazon ties to the small business community very, yeah. Let's go. Other other online purchasing? Is that
E-commerce.
e-commerce? Okay. And that's also, you know, that division among people and neighborhoods kind of falling apart. You're not getting out. Mayor Massey, you had something that I don't think I captured.
I was talking about like morale, because again, a
Okay.
lack of morale leads to low productivity and we can't accomplish anything with that, so. Goes back to employee wellness, morale.
With this too, it's under like misinformation, but also lack of understanding what the city actually is in charge of and does.
Yeah.
Like jurisdictionally. Yeah. It's a good one.
Rising costs of materials is another one.
Way to say that on a turn. Rising cost of materials. Thank you. It's a crazy world out there. All right, any other final call for threats? terrible thing to say. But last call on threats. We got them all, like, they're locked.
Distrust along with misinformation,
Yeah.
distrust of the information that we provide. in the city, or distrust of the systems of.
Yeah, let me put this over here. I think, what about distrust of government, distrust of systems, distrust kind of.
Distrust in government.
Yeah. Government and systems.
I think it's comprehensive, but threats to quality of life. That takes into many things, climate issues and disasters, the state pushing things
Okay.
that the community may not want. As its vision for quality of life,
Okay.
Sewer surcharging on the streets. It's exactly an advancement of quality of life.
Yeah, there's a lot in there too. Okay. So, thank you all. And kind of last call, if there's anything, let me just, hang on. These are some different places around the room. What we are going to do next, you will get dots. This is my favorite part, dots. You will get dots and you will be able to choose your top 2 opportunities, your top 2 in each category. That's why we do this. For example, if we can identify our 2 biggest threats, let us use our strengths to get there, to gird against that threat. And let us design strategies and smarter ways of working that, use our strengths to capitalize on opportunities. This is about getting the best out of what we got, right? Either making the most of opportunities, guarding against our threats. And in the process, there'll be a lot of places where we're able to shore up some of these weaknesses. That is the idea. Maybe let's go. There's not a lot of walking for you. It's pretty. It's pretty. Oh, no. Help me. I'll do my. Cards over here. And I will also. Try grind. That's always a.
Every year we get the plan.
Here.
Wheel.
Yeah, all the holidays, but also for meetings, sign, text. If you have it. Really good.
No, look at that though, where, we would have lined it up had I
Chef.
had that. Share with you. Yeah.
There's an extra one.
Salesman that gets.
Okay.
Because I see you using it.
There's even. They were
Has a-
Little button.
The tablets, yeah, if you like.
I might go.
Ice cream down?
Maybe it's just, the right on tap.
Do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they have one that's called Remarkable. Those are the best of the best if you wanna get anything there. And let me know, we can get you. one.
Yeah, we will.
I just take notes. I have to,
Yeah, it's not an
It's all
iPad.
public records, you have to. If you're done with them, it's wrong.
Get it.
This can go do stickers.
Color coordinated.
Well, that's. That is it. So everyone should have a sheet with 8 dots.
Oh.
Yep. Please move about the room. Pick the top 2 in each category that you think should have the highest priorities. Color does not matter. Order does not matter.
So the dots, the more dots,
Two in each category that you think are our biggest respective things.
I mean, extra dots, we can sell some extra dots here.
No extra dots for you, Walsh.
Extra dots, extra dots.
No extra dots.
the real,
Extra dots.
Burned like the whole sheet there earlier. What's gonna happen? We get out of the
you
way.
want some?
No. Yeah. I don't get the.
Rachel, I can't read this. What does this
I
say?
know. I know.
I
Not
like
my strength.
Done what else?
I am a proficient typist. Anybody who should have.
Council staff and trustee. Very.
The break room for this.
That's bad.
Big ones right now. I got weakness, strength, opportunity, threat.
Almost strengths. That was weaknesses.
Yeah, we've got threats and opportunities over there. Weaknesses, oh, skip that one. I was like, this one's not labeled. No, it's not labeled, I'm sorry.
Things is not like the other.
Well, somebody got too much on there. Somebody needs some new dots. Oh, no. Weaknesses. Weaknesses, strengths. This is internal and then over there is the external focus. Yes. You put it out there. Oh, there's one over here, right? Nope.
Oh, no, that's the no one.
Nope,
That's
don't
the no one.
don't go over there.
No, hang it back.
Those are our teams.
Yeah, don't mess up my paper that I wrote so nicely.
On there, so.
Messed it up. Which one is it? Last night. Contracts for that, $2.3 million. For the new substation.
Oh.
Yeah.
I went the
You,
wrong
you
way.
had previously. It's okay.
We do the same. I mean, it's done for them to. You know, you're gonna buy that property. Because we bought it from somebody else. Oh, yeah, but. I give it to you, I give you just much better, but.
Problem child.
About it. And to be able to sit there and work. I have a daughter who's like, a freshman, who's like.
They should be happy.
No, I don't think we're doing that one.
Come on, you know. Appreciate you.
Somebody else didn't.
Oh.
follow it either.
Oh, I'm just trying to follow.
Yeah. I'm gonna get through it.
That's our little blurb thing.
Well, and it's, that's part of Mayor Mouse so much, like, where's the learner?
Don't be, yeah, I'm like,
I was like, I'm.
take it off, Mark, right now.
I'm reading the whole board.
I'm gonna start.
I'm going for loops.
There you go. Yep, I'm confusing you there.
One copy.
Good, how are you?
I got too many.
Yeah. It's busy. Oh, yeah. I've already been out for a weekend.
Like pulled her wrap somehow, but nothing wrong with the arm, like, no, she's building back up and infections, yeah, all that's crazy. And she loves it. I'm like, yeah, but there's a higher incidence of injury. That's like on your body like that. Yeah, it's not volleyball, you know what I mean? Like, right. Yeah.
The weekend that we're going in.
I got a call from the United States.
Must be important.
No.
You got Trump calling you.
What's he calling you?
He's watching the live meeting.
There you guys blame everything on the feds.
No, we've been doing that forever. We're municipal government. Like that's our, that's what we say.
Let's go get my cup.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's standing right there. I'm like, they're excited about this. Like, somebody. Yeah. Yeah, right.
And the next morning. Cramping all night.
Wednesday, my favorite thing. And I picked up one of the pillow and I was like,
As I do, I like, walk in the room, just leave that in different places. Yeah.
This is from, you know, when. Yeah. Yeah, same era, but it's. Oh, okay. Graduation. Yeah.
And whenever their families have to do that. That's a good idea.
Through how to meaningfully engage Counselor Sunbeam at this point for you, and I get the full list of all the activities. I think maybe just as I read it out.
That was perfect timing too, Russ.
You're just gonna, you're waiting, you're saving it. Hopefully you can't bring it to somebody else. That's nice.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We've got a lot up on board.
a lot of them we were admiring Jacob.
Oh, good. Oh. All right. So. As we have gone through. I appreciate everyone using your dots. It's always my favorite part of the workshop. Dot it up. So strengths, I see, so, okay. I will type and collect this input and also collect the number of votes by each one. It is nice with the dots because it's pretty visual and pretty clear as to where priorities are. Counselor Sundin, I'll kind of check in with you on agreement. And if there is not, you can say that too. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm okay just listening too.
Okay. Okay, and you're coming through tough. I know you're not feeling well, so thank you. Strengths, no surprise, talented, dedicated staff is the winner, always. And then also this economic assets, the industrial lands coming up as a huge strength. And then we've got, oh, sorry. Couple other strengths, efficient interdepartmental coordination. And also industry and readiness. So industries that we have in town and also the readiness of lands and our community, right? All right, team collaboration, yes, and they kind of go together here. I've got team collaboration with 3 dots and efficient interdepartmental coordination with 4 or at least 3.5. So, right, huge strength. The team. Weaknesses. Staff morale is the biggest loser. Winner, loser. And then coming in second here, trust with citizens and kind of generally just there are opportunities to foster more trust, or the weakness is a lack of trust generally. And we've got some supporting weaknesses. If you get my drift, effective communication as a weakness and lack of power. And this is electric power to serve our community. We all feel a lack of power sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Very good. So what's our key theme internally? That's good because you're here and the internal factors, I feel like we get to control a little bit more and we get to apply interventions. So opportunities. Woo, revenue stability. Hey. That's great. Rainbows and unicorns tend to come up more than like revenue stability, that everyone cares about revenue stability and that you see this as an opportunity is very telling, right? We've got improving the public safety facility as another opportunity. And then we've got quite a few kind of runners up with 3 votes. Emergency preparedness and response, council staff team building, and supporting the local economy. Keep these in mind. And the threats, the biggest threats, yes, misinformation and a lack of understanding city function. Also a threat up here, infrastructure, capacity, and lifespan. Second, and just, you know, money, always money, and the tenuousness of federal funding and just high degrees of uncertainty there. That is certainly a threat. Observations. Anyone? Observations?
I was shocked at the morale. What kind of, I mean, I know it's not, morale's not superior around here right at the moment, but I didn't think it was nearly that bad. That's terrible to see. I mean, it is, that's just, I think it makes all of us kind of look like not good.
Okay. I think some of these tie in with each other, like with the lack of communication and then the morale. I think that kind of doing things on the communication part can help with the morale, or I think having, you know, funding, the stabilized funding can help with the morale. I think there's a lot of things that work all together if those other pieces were there.
Yeah, I like that. And if I could put on this like council staff team building too, as a in kind of that internal, the morale and the communication.
Things that we can control. So when there is uncertainty, we're not falling.
Right. Right. Other observations?
be interested in just the morale piece, not observation, but morale is a pretty broad term, right? So like, it'd be interesting to see that data dive into why, what components of morale are apparently lacking that we have an opportunity to improve. For me personally.
Well, then that solution focused side of my brain is like, what can we do to fix it? Like, what are some ideas that maybe we haven't heard? Yeah. You know, maybe it's something we don't know about.
But were we voting on the morale, our personal morale more than our team's morale? Were we, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. In my mind, it's like, is my morale crappy because I'm not happy? Or do I have 4 guys on my team who really have bad morale? And, you know, which way were you looking at it? That can go either way.
Exactly.
But it all represents us as leaders.
The collective sentiment out on the city is the morale is down. The question is why, right? Can we ask ourselves and be honest? Can we be and lift the mask and filters and say why we have the morale down and how does that impact?
And what can we do about it?
And what can we do about it? I can tell you, Council Chilton, today, this is very, very important. It will go a long way. What are we doing today? That close proximity with leadership. Because I can tell you from leadership standpoint, our morale is driven positive or negative by leadership. We are influenced heavily by what you guys do. When we see divide among you, it trickles to us, right? It's not personal, but it affects us in a lot of ways, right? We seek direction, we seek support, we seek a lot of things from the city leadership. And we among us as leaders, you know, we talk, we work together, we try to support each other, but then it's a manage up and manage down approach. So that's just one insight I can share on our end.
I think another component of the morale part is uncertainty. So we've had a lot of uncertainty because of our budget, our general fund in particular, our economy overall. So it's not just our internal city economy, it's our economy in the city.
Right.
So, you know, it's all plays into the morale of our staff because there's so much uncertainty.
And uncertainty with direction, right? I think we all kind of felt a little bit of anxiety with, you know, like a new mayor coming in, but I mean, I feel pretty good about the direction and I hope we can all start to feel better about it.
Previously today, we started talking about the same situation.
You know, just me managing our shop of 10+ people.
Yeah.
What they really like to hear is they like to feel appreciated. Like all the shutdowns that we've had downtown, it was a huge spotlight for Public Works. And what it took was, all right, let's get our heads together. Let's see how little impactful this could be on our community downtown that's already been going through a lot. So taking feedback from your staff to collaborate to get a job done, makes them feel appreciated. Also, when the job's done well, telling them that you appreciate their efforts, that's goes a long ways.
I know for my staff, they appreciate like when you guys come in and pop in and see what the programs that we're doing and get a good understanding. And then they really love like during the council sessions when, you know, the different departments are highlighted for different things, whether it's good or bad or things that we're working on. Just that we're being seen as, you know, a viable place in the city as well.
Yeah, and I think that the other kind of circling back a little bit to what Mohammed has been dealing with on the public works side is the community's opinion and how they're treating or talking about staff and the city and the management and the, you know, all of that plays really badly towards morale.
Right. Well, I mean, this is a really valuable conversation. And it's great that you've got so much control, right? This is not the earthquake. This is something that staff and council can work together on and develop, you know.
action plans or team building or coming together or different spotlights or, you know, to really think through some of the ways to, right? Our number one strength, talented staff. How do we celebrate these folks? How do we, you know, come together and show that off? Right? This is the biggest strength of the city of St. Helens. Team, right? So it's a bumpy time, and I think recognizing that goes a long way, saying that out loud. Right. And also, it's a time of change, so this is a really great opportunity, right? You've got a new mayor, a new face at the dais, you've got a really fantastic opportunity to set the stage and set a new tone. And yet, I think this type of convening is really, really helpful and really beneficial. That, I don't know, I always invite more people, that's just how I am, you know? But it really speaks though, that to have everyone come together and develop priorities together and for this to be a norm going forward. We talked this morning about some other changes where council gets more familiar with operations across the city, how it operates, dropping into different commissions, dropping in on different departments to understand the work of staff, those like hows and whys that you do, that you do for the citizens we serve.
Is Rachel, if I may, I think it's important like to respect the hierarchy and the positions themselves, right? I think that's important, and the dynamic between council and staff is vitally important, but also department heads and staff. So we're representing the morale right here, but again, we don't know what that actually means, and it's a trickle down effect, right? And having that cohesive relationship, so also that positivity and that what we demonstrate in unity here also transcends down to our staff, you know, their subordinates. And I think that that is the second piece of this that wasn't discussed. It's not just in this room. It's got to go all the way down. 100%. Those voices are important and they feel just as valued, just like everybody in this room.
They are paying attention.
100%.
Yeah.
Can say on a positive note, we all came here from the department heads with a very open mind, with honestly a good, positive heart into this, seeking that positive feedback from council with that. As Bob said, that first council meeting as a new mayor, it was closely watched. You know, last year has been very bumpy on across the city. But you guys said all the right things last council meeting. So I think that goes a long way. Now, you know, the trust, as we talked about trust, morale, it has to be earned and built. It's going to be over time, but we are very open to work with everybody and truly pursue this. And I already see some very positive changes from leadership, from council members' involvement, communication. We really want to do the right thing and we're open with that and we want to.
This still has to continue. This can't be like, it has to be more of a continuous process. So there's that open dialogue, because once the communication stops, then that's when gaps happen and the failure happen and misinformation happens. And coming into this, you know, people probably had a perceived notion of how I am, right? Because I am on that scale with you, but just not actually people that know me. I'm all about employee wellness and morale and quality of life and work-life balance. Like that's what I focus on very heavily, because without people being able to feel good, that productivity is low and just in general, it doesn't work. So I'm pretty straightforward and blunt and direct, but overall employee wellness is really where it's at. We have one life and it's very short. And so we don't always have to disagree in this room. Disagreements are healthy and positive, but it's the respect and understanding the hierarchy of the positions. And that's just up and down the ladder. That's the way it should go.
Awesome. We're gonna go back to your headlines. Okay. Try and tie all this together, right? Right, some of the key themes presented here. Oh, surprise, they're echoed in other places, right? This fiscal sustainability, tourism stability, morale, right? And a balanced workload. Council and staff trust, community trust, right? Came up with a lot of the misinformation bits around the room. Team building, proactive planning, effective communication. Partnerships and community collaboration, meeting needs. Project completion. Waterfront. Engagement. Employee wellness and a safe workplace. Observations. Anybody? Like, I observe this is really kind of internally, there's a lot of internal focus, which is where you can have some really big gains too. This is the part of the afternoon. It is the latest part in the afternoon, which is tough, not as tough as right after lunch. But we look around the room and this is the time to come to consensus on a couple of priorities, right? Maybe 3 priorities. From the work that has been done, what calls to you as department heads as a priority?
Seem to be an echoing theme as you get. The relationships and what needs to occur.
City and Jim, but also the community. Pick up on information and distrust them. A lot of these students that are all the.
What are a couple tangible things that go under this heading? What can you do tangibly to build trust?
Effective communication. Yep.
So internal and external, right? And I see Crystal back there. And she, maybe not Crystal herself, but the city certainly, as John always says, punches above its weight on communications, right? That we have dedicated staff is more than many cities this size. Yes.
Respectful.
Respectful communication.
Truthful communication.
Yeah. Respectful and truthful communication.
Personally, I think each, holding myself accountable to, responsibilities. Being intentional about trying to build trust. Being accountable.
Yeah, okay.
Intentional to building trust.
To find the information if you don't have it yourself, but you need to know something instead of just assuming something, like having that personal responsibility that.
Yeah.
Find the correct information. Especially as a leader, where you start telling staff things that aren't true or helpful.
Well, and especially when things are moving quickly too, right? This is personally find good information.
I think building trust would also be being inclusive with our employees and the council's department heads, supervisors, and then employees. Because some of them, like we do this, not all employees can obviously be in here to do this, but they want to be included in stuff like this too.
Yeah. Okay, so. Just real quick, can we brainstorm a couple of ways to be more inclusive? I know you talked about survey, a sentiment survey, like anonymous surveying, other ways that we could be more inclusive.
Doing a SWOT analysis or doing part of this process within departments. Could be really powerful.
I was kind of thinking like an external town hall for the public and an internal town hall for the staff. Where we just, really focus on city objectives and sharing good things and bad things, and that's a good way to try to achieve both the trust that is needed.
First.
That would be a medium for two-way.
Public, and then
Other specific actions, and this might need to kind of percolate a little bit too. Or certainly be reflective and think on this. Right, and this is a place, I bet it's up there on the threat board. Jacob, you want to call out a couple things related to like misinformation, or if there's any kind of lack of trust? Yeah, what's on the threat list? Can't remember.
Routing, obviously. Misinformation. lack
Yeah.
of Understanding. I mean, institutional knowledge, that's information. That's more long-term thinking.
Right.
The plans, your adopted plans convey your goals. So that's kind of a sign of communication.
Yeah, that's a good.
I think Buck touched on this earlier. It's rewarding performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Tag on recognition to that,
Same, yeah.
just kind of.
Would it be appropriate to put, evaluations, performance reviews, plus Delta feedback?
Yep.
Benchmarks, milestones, so there are things to celebrate and appreciate.
Thinking about communications and misinformation and how we're really a competitor in that space to get the actual information out. There's just so much other information out there that competes with our messages that we have to be real deliberate about that. People are reviewing that, and, picking their truth really.
Good opportunity for leadership. Staff collaboration. Come to the library for example. If you want good information.
That's really good.
Well, I was looking at the accountability part, which is important, but in order to have that, then you are going to have to. There's gonna be moments that you're gonna have to build trust and maybe lose it for a bit. Because you're going through processes with personnel and all of that.
Right.
So, a lot of that is interchangeable, because you can't have accountability with your staff. Obviously, we go into that with the PD, so there's that initial lack of trust, and then you have to build it back up, and so there's a lot, I'm just looking at right there, that's on that one sheet, that's kind of going on all at once.
Yeah, right. And we talked a little earlier about, beefing up the evaluations and feedback and just written growth and improvement plans for folks, right? And bringing more training. These are really tangible things that can get at this. So remember that as we're developing budget. All right. One more another priority for the city, 2 years, next 2 years, what's another priority? Based on what we see, right? Like we've been through a lot of the internal stuff. What are some of our big winners over there on the opportunities?
revenue stability.
Revenue stability,
Economy, public safety.
emergency
Revenue
preparedness
stability.
and response, this council staff team building, that's captured over there.
Revenue stability, anyone have any ideas?
Buy a lottery ticket?
Yeah. Well, I feel like this team does a really good job. You've got solid methodologies around rates. You've got solid methodologies around fee structures. So that's one part of revenue stability. You've been pretty successful at grants and contracts. Is it, looking for additional revenue? Like, let's talk about revenue stability.
Build industry.
Hey.
So I think the waterfront is a great example. The city have invested in a long-term vision to attract businesses, industrial, and the waterfront's gonna be one of the biggest winner. In fact, this year, and mark my word on this one, the tourism part's gonna be tremendously successful because all the infrastructure gonna be in place and it's gonna increase your revenue city-wise, vendors, whatnot. And then more to come on the waterfront, right? All the infrastructure is in place now. And the opportunities are limitless when it comes to development, commercial buildings, businesses, restaurants. Whatever that's gonna be on that side, it's open.
And then the industrial.
And the industrial, of course, that's a big one.
Our taxes are so dependent on industry.
I think the delta side of that is listening to our subject matter experts when they or she is speaking to us on the red flags and giving us guidance that we probably need to be looking at something that's not ignored, that we take it seriously.
Speed warnings. Does that capture that?
That sounds good. Generally, that sounds great.
Yeah, so this is kind of half a thought, right? Revenue stability, this is gonna come with new business and industry. Mohammed, you were saying like, we've got the infrastructure to support, there's growth, but also new development. Am I fair on that? Okay. Thanks.
New development translate to us in a form of revenue from utilities, for example, water, sewer, storm. That's a huge part of our enterprise fund, and that's how we fund our services. So anything gets built, it's still a big win for us as a city revenue source.
Systems development.
System development, charges, permit.
Help support that growth, and then the utilities and all of those things, you're right, and property taxes and then our businesses, that growth, that back into our. So, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, over there on the strengths, that like the industrial. The availability, I feel like the readiness has been. That's what you're up to. We're getting these places ready. Are there other kind of opportunities here for additional revenue stability, right?
Planning, we talked about staff planning.
Yeah.
We know that's an issue. And that affects revenue. So if there's an organized approach to that. And maybe we can avoid some of the fire drills because we have a long range plan.
Okay, yeah.
I think being creative with things like fees for services. I mean, we're going to have to look at those things. We may have to make cuts. Those are just things that we're gonna have to look at for stability.
I would say we're in the business of providing services. That's what a government does. And the service charges need to be set in support of being able to provide those services.
Right.
It's the operation costs of those.
I would hope balance a lot of things if we could get that going.
Bad timing for the current climate, but really trying to capitalize on as many grant opportunities as possible.
Right.
Exactly.
So Gloria, do we qualify under we were talking about this earlier as a nonprofit organization? Or that doesn't apply for a city?
So, a municipality is basically a not-for-profit. It's not a not-for-profit organization, though, it's a municipality.
Sort of 501c specifically, not profit.
Yeah, they're two different. That's where you lean on your partnerships, right? Right, right.
So a little bit more on this notion of long-range planning. You know, our 20-year plan expired in 2020. And we haven't moved forward on another one to develop a shared vision that kind of ahead. Scappoose is working on their 2050 plan right now.
Oh, you mean the community vision?
Strategic plan.
No, this is different. This is community vision.
Yeah, it's visioning.
I think we can make millions if you want revenue sources. We can sell St. Helens water from our water filtration. Just label it St. Helens and there you go.
I like your way of
We're
thinking.
not for
Solomon.
profit.
Right.
Lots of,
Serious, this is a big investment
Lots
opportunity.
of folks would be all over that, yeah.
Yeah, local,
We have plenty more.
we have the water, we clean it, we stand behind it. Bottles are cheap, 1 cent.
I like the creative.
Picture on it.
Well, that's creative.
But we can,
Sure.
that's why if we are a nonprofit, then we have no restrictions. We can just go ahead and proceed with the project.
No, that's something that has been kicked around in the past, but
Yeah,
it's an opportunity, but
it's,
you know, having that long look ahead, it doesn't have to, when we nibbled around the edges with some of these transportation growth management grants that come in for the corridor and for the riverfront loop and all those those are longer term planning documents, but they're not consolidated into a long-term plan vision. It's an opportunity, something we should, that we know aren't doing that we should do.
Flying car. The long range. vision.
There's, yeah, because
Cars.
so much else to do.
All right, well, hey, we're coming to the end of our time here. There is always more work to do. And there will be follow-up from me, and we're gonna probably think a little bit more about next steps on work plan items. But it's pretty clear, the building trust and the revenue stability buckets are top of mind. And there are a lot of steps here, like internal things that can really be controlled, and you can really make some great strides in both of these areas. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I just want to go around the room and have each of you share one word, how you feel about these goals and about the next 2 years. One word. 2 years, one word. Is there?
I'm excited.
I'm gonna say possible.
hopeful.
Would have said hopeful.
Kathy? Optimistic.
Okay.
Opportunity.
Relieved.
Council Hubbard,
Opportunity.
back to you then. Good. And Buck.
Usually not speechless, but I can't.
We can go back to you.
Stuck on the water
I
bottle.
can come back.
Just imagine his face. And
Huh? Pretzel.
Determined.
Soraya. Great. Councilor Chilton.
Open.
First.
Good. Hopeful. And we'll follow up back there, Buck. Excellent.
That's a good balance.
which hat are you gonna wear?
And Counselor Sundin, one.
Optimistic.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Any other kind of closing thoughts, observations? It's a lot.
Thank you to you for.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel.
Yeah.
John for setting it up, and Lisa and Kathy back there that just been hanging out and being very helpful. So, but thank you for doing this.
It's my town. I want it to be awesome.
Thank you all, actually, everybody for being here and participating and being open. I think that this is just a great first step in building a relationship. So thank you for being here and being open to me as well.
I am personally very appreciative, and as I said, this goes a long way. We have so many discussion internally among our teams, and I think this is really a great step towards great positive direction. I feel good about it, you know, we had a lot of setbacks, but this is really good. Thank you for mayor and council members to listen, to be here, to accept our honest feedback and after all, we are one team. And that's always been the goal. We're all after the same mission, so.
Vein, before everybody scatters, can we gather for a group photo?
Yes.
Buck can take the photo.
Hi, are we done then?
I believe so, yeah.
All right, we are.